Welcome, everybody. I hope that you can all hear me. Welcome to the People's Health Tribunal. My name is Tatiana Garavito. I use the pronouns she, her, and I will be co-facilitating or facilitating this first session of the tribunal today. It is really incredible to see so many people joining from across the world this tribunal, including so many of you who are joining from community screenings across the African continent and the world. It is really nice to see you today. I will start by introducing details about language and technology, the care, accessibility, and disability justice policy that we designed for you. And I will then introduce more about the why this tribunal, why we're here, before we start the tribunal. So on language and tech, the tribunal is being held in 6 different languages. Those languages are Arabic, English, French, Portuguese, Spanish, and Swahili. You can access the language that you would like to listen to the tribunal by clicking on the interpretation globe at the bottom of the Zoom screen. If you are on your phone, you will find this option as like 3 little dots at the top of your screen. If you haven't been able to do this, please try and find that on your screen and find the language that you're more comfortable with listening to this tribunal. And yeah, everybody will need to choose a language because this is a multilingual space. So whatever language that you speak, please do choose a language right now. If at any point you have any difficulties with interpretation, please message Clara on this call. She will be able to give you guidance and support. So you can find Clara as like one of the contacts of the participants that are joining this tribunal. Language justice is about the right that everyone has to communicate in the languages in which they feel most comfortable, to understand, to be able to be understood, and a commitment to creating bilingual or multilingual spaces where no language will dominate over other languages. So language justice is really important for this tribunal because it's a way of cultural organizing, of self-determination, racial justice, and organizing across lines of language. And so because of this, we really want to thank and appreciate the wonderful work that our interpreters the team of interpreters are doing here today. Thank you so much for the time, for the care, and the energy that you have put into bringing language justice to the tribunal. So we had the capacity today to work with different languages, but we want to acknowledge and honor the other languages that might be present in this space, including ancestral languages that have been lost or made invisible through the process of colonization and forced migration. We're only interpreting in 6 languages, but we would like to acknowledge the many other languages that will be present and are present in this tribunal. At this point, I would also like to remind everyone that will be speaking today that there are a few things that you can do to help the interpretation go smoother. So please slow down when you're speaking. Also speak up so that the volume, so that everybody can hear you well. Please use headphones with an external microphone so your sound is as clear as possible and without background noise. If possible, don't list names of people, places, numbers in a rush, as our interpreters might not be familiar with those details that you might be sharing. And also, of course, please use the chat function to ask questions and share reflections. While other people will be giving their testimonies, we will turn off the chat function to enable people to focus on the testimonies. But outside of the testimonies that will be shared, please do use the chat so that you can share reflections and questions or whatever you need. And again, if you have any difficulties with tech, please message tech, that you can also find as one, as participants on your screens. And yeah, thank you so much.
Obrigada.
Thank you. I could hear someone.
Obrigada.
Hello. I also wanted to, share a little bit about the Care, Accessibility, and Disability Justice Guide that we have, some of you might have received or seen in emails. We have put this together, and it is very important for us in this tribunal today. You can also access it via the link that we're putting in the chat in all of the languages that are being spoken here today. The intention is that this guide sets out, the underlying principles and values that we hold in organizing this People's Health Tribunal. And the guide reflects how we seek to practice collective care and solidarity during and beyond the tribunal. And as you can see on the screen, we seek in this way to build health, reflective and self-sustaining social movements that collectively challenge and confront structural issues of violence, exploitation, and oppression. That's, one of the main principles of this of the tribunal, and that is also stated in our guide. We also hope and seek to build new political cultures that actively hold members to account for their actions. And finally, we seek to develop forms of community infrastructure that create a welcoming and participative and supportive space for everyone to organize and take action together. As I said before, you can access the guide by clicking on the link that has been shared in the chat. I also wanted to say that, we understand that all of us are on our own particular journeys, and that we center, therefore, compassion and empathy, and understanding and patience, and a commitment to learning and encouraging growth. So with this in mind, we encourage you to ask questions and reflections where you have them using the chat function. Testimony givers, as you will see, have direct or sometimes indirect life expertise, things that they've gone through themselves. So experiences and expertise of oppression and suffering. So the reality of many of those stories are going to be visceral and tangible and material, and they can impact our bodies. So, you know, we really invite you to take care of yourself. Please take time to move your body. If you need to opt out, please do so, and rest when you need. And also, please, you know, hydrate and, you know, drinking water or whatever it is that you need. We hold and, you know, welcome everybody in this space and try to make it accessible as possible. And, you know, with this, we would also like to really appreciate the roots of this guide and these politics through which we are organizing this tribunal. There are many comrades and organizations in our movements that have been doing this work, and we want to acknowledge the work of Healing Justice, of Voices That Shake, of Sins Invalid, and their Principles of Disability Justice, Sisters and Cats, and the Climate Justice Coalition. These are comrades that have helped us to also build and create a space that is welcoming for everybody. If at any point you have any questions or you want to speak with someone, please message CARE or email beneder@medact.org. I believe this is going to be also shared in the chat. So there are a few, you know, places and people that you can contact throughout this tribunal in case you need any support. Again, if you have any questions, please, or if any of this was unclear, please let us know in the chat. And with that, I'm now going to move on to just sharing a little bit about why we're here, why we have this tribunal happening today. As many of you know, and maybe some of you are not so aware, extractive corporations like Shell and Total are hurting communities around the world. Their enormous profits, which doubled in 2022, and also this year we've heard enormous profits, the enormous profits that they have accrued. So, you know, sometimes 40 or 36 billion in just a year. Each of these, you know, profits, all of these profits is come at the expense of the health and the well-being of people living on the front lines of extraction. With the greenwashing that took place at COP27 last year in Egypt, these People's Health Tribunal specifically brings together people and communities across Africa who are fighting back. So the tribunal seeks to bear witness to the health impacts of environmental injustice. So it is a space to learn about shared struggles, to hold Shell and Total to account for their extractive violence. As we come together, we are building our collective power and deepening a practice of solidarity in the struggle for health and climate justice. The tribunal also coincides with the AGM season of all of these oil companies, as well as the African Energy Summit that is happening in London next week. All of these, or a few of these AGMs will be targeted as part of the actions alongside this tribunal. So today, we will be hearing from communities in Uganda, in Mozambique, who are resisting Total, and from communities in the Niger Delta and South Africa who are resisting shell. Next week, on Saturday, the 20th of May, we will be hearing from our judges that I'm going to be introducing in a moment, who will deliver a verdict through the lenses of reparative justice. And with this, I would like to introduce the judges that are going to be listening to these testimonies today. I'm going to, first of all, invite Nimo Basi, who will become on the screen in a moment. Welcome, Nimo. Nimo is an architect and a writer. He's a poet and is the director of the ecological think tank Health of Mother Earth Foundation and a member of the steering committee of Oil Watch International, a network resisting the expansion of fossil fuels in the global south. He was the chair of Friends of the Earth International for a few years, from 2008 to 2012. And he was a co-recipient of the 2010 Dry Livelihood Award, also known as the Alternative Nobel Prize. In 2012, he received the Rafto Human Rights Award and also an honorary doctorate from the University of York, UK in 2019. Very, very welcome to you, Nimo. It's very nice, very lovely to have you here with us.
It's great to be with everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We also have Jackie Patterson, who will come on the screen also in a moment. Hello, Jackie. Jackie is an organizer for Black liberation and environmental justice, is the founder and executive director of the Chilhome Legacy Project, a resource hub for Black frontline climate justice leadership. The mission of the Legacy Project is rooted in a just transition framework, serving as a vehicle to connect Black communities on the front lines of climate justice with the resources to actualize visions. Prior to the launch of the Chilhome Legacy Project, Jackie served as the Senior Director of the NAACP Environmental and Climate Justice Program for over a decade. We are very, very excited to have you here, Jackie. Thank you so much. We also have with us, who will come up in a moment, Canahus Manuel, Sequepenc and Tinacha, mother of four, birth keeper, land defender, traditional tattoo artist, and indigenous freedom fighter. Canahus is part of the Tiny House Warriors. Part of the mission is to stop the Trans Mountain Pipeline from crossing unceded territory. They're being criminalized by the settler Canadian state, and several members of the Tiny House Warriors are facing a range of charges for land defense activities in opposition to the Trans Mountain Pipeline. It's very, very, we're very, very grateful to have you here with us, Canahus. Thank you so much for joining. We also have Dima Mahmood, who is a PhD, has a PhD and is a revolutionary and warrior of truth by calling, a humanist by choice, and an actionist by international learning and being in community. Dima thrives in her purpose and at the intersection of people and power, with deliberate focus on holistic liberation of people of African ancestry. Her work dissolves perceptions of barriers between people and power and draws on the continuity of her heritage and activates the I in collective I. Also, Dima in 2016 co-founded the Nubia Initiative to protect, preserve, and promote Nubian heritage and language, and she's a board member and chiefness of strategy of EDFU Foundation, where she fights for indigenous rights, food sovereignty, and Pan-African liberation. Thank you so much, Dima, for being with us today. And with this, I am going to to invite our colleague, Erika Arteaga Cruz, to open the tribunal. It's also very nice to have you here with us, Erika. Welcome. Maybe before...
Gracias, Tatiana. Me pidieron hablar en español. Espero que me estén escuchando bien. Es para nosotros un honor estar aquí y quería prender con ustedes en conjunto una vela. Tenemos también palo santo aquí sosteniendo el espacio, porque con las temperaturas globales incrementando, con la violencia que nos rodea a diario en este pequeño país que es Ecuador, en Sudamérica, esta violencia ligada al extractivismo, pero también al narcotráfico, que es otra forma de extractivismo en nuestros territorios en Latinoamérica. Entonces, tener espacios de esperanza como estos es cuestión de vida o muerte del espíritu. Hay retos globales enormes, pero sobre todo, esta es una batalla por no perder la esperanza. Ver la energía que miles de jóvenes ponen en construir un mundo mejor, evidenciar el valor de la resistencia de nuestros hermanos y hermanas en África, que nos brindarán su palabra, e intentar tejer redes de solidaridad de miles de kilómetros de distancia entre comunidades de afectados y afectadas por el extractivismo, nos llena de fe que todavía otro mundo es posible, otro desenlace que no sea el apocalipsis. Por eso encendemos esta vela hoy. Tengo muchas velas para no perder la esperanza, entonces... Por eso encendemos esta vela hoy, para hacernos eco de lo aprendido con las mamás parteras en Cotacachi, que son quichuas Cotacachi, que dicen, Padre Fuego, ni más ni menos no somos, porque nosotros mismos somos fuego. Yacu Mama, ni más ni menos no somos, porque nosotros mismos somos agua. Pachamama, ni más ni menos no somos, porque nosotros mismos somos tierra. Y Guaira Taitiku, ni más ni menos no somos, porque nosotros mismos somos viento. Que nuestras palabras tejan redes hermosas de solidaridad y ternura, porque fuimos escogidos para estar en estos tiempos fuertes, y que el dolor compartido, porque va a haber dolor hoy, de quienes nos traen su testimonio desde África, sea fuente de vida para que no se repita y para que David pueda vencer a Goliat. Todo nuestro cariño y ternura.
Thank you so much, Erika. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So much gratitude for you for welcoming us in. I'm now going to hand over to Omar El Mawi from Muhuri, Muslim for Human Rights, to introduce the first session on Total. Omar, welcome. Thank you for being here, and over to you.
Thank you. Friends and colleagues, you may have heard of Total. I refuse to call them Total Energies, which is a mega French multinational oil and gas company operating in Africa for many years. Now, this fossil fuel giant is causing unspeakable harm to the environment and disrupting the social economic functioning of Africa. Total projects in Africa are destroying ecosystems, causing air pollution, water contamination, soil degradation, deforestation, and climate change. In more clear terms, Total is making billions in profits while negatively impacting people, nature, and climate. Total is exploiting African countries' economies by offering low royalties through production sharing agreements resulting in inadequate funds for improving infrastructure and social services for the population. This dependence on mineral resources makes African economies susceptible to global market fluctuations. Everyone loses except Total. I feel nauseated every time I think of this crime against humanity. To make it worse, local communities near extractive sites are experiencing damage to their lands and livelihoods, leading to social disruption and displacement. Human rights abuses, including land grabbing, forced relocation, and violence by countries looking to impress Total. Total might hide behind these countries, but they are complicit because they are the ones that benefit the most from this project. Don't just take my word for it. Let me give you some real examples. Uganda and Tanzania have faced or are in line to face serious damage to people, nature, and climate due to Total oil and gas extraction projects, including the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, EACOP, and oil activities in the Lake Albert region. Meanwhile, Mozambique has suffered forced displacement, destruction of livelihoods, and environmental degradation due to Total's fossil fuel projects, and you will hear more from affected communities on this. It is time to evaluate these harmful impacts and establish alternative ways to approach sustainable energy and invest in social development in Africa. African nations must take control of their resources and development and hold multinational corporations accountable for their actions. Our collective responsibility is to protect and respect the community and the environment. Let's create a sustainable future for all, a future that puts people's interest before the greed of companies like Total. Ladies and gentlemen, Total are not only guilty of these crimes, they think there is nothing we can do about it. But they are wrong because Africa is waking up and the people united can never be defeated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Omar, for that opening speech, for telling us a little bit more about Total and the work and resistance that you are all involved in. We will now be moving on to hear from some testimony givers. We're going to start with testimonies from Mozambique. And they will, some of the testimonies that we are going to be hearing are in the form of videos, 3 videos in particular, to be more specific, from communities resisting against Total and gas works. One thing that we wanted to share with you is that the context of these testimonies is dispossession and direct conflict, and as such, we wanted to flag a trigger warning for some graphic descriptions of violence. So we'll listen to these first 3 videos, and then we will invite other testimony givers from other parts that are here with us to go next. So yeah, we can listen to this first testimony now.
Eu chamo de Maganja, Palma, distrito de Palma, localidade Quitunda. Eu fui nascido aqui mesmo. Vou contar pouco sobre a guerra que aconteceu em 2019, que me ultrapassou o mês o dia também, o data mesmo, não estou a referir bem. A guerra aqui entrou por aí às 22 horas. Enquanto nós, aqui na comunidade, as pessoas dormiam, outros estavam a assistir vídeo. Então entraram, começaram a disparar arma, lado de praia, porque saíram parte de praia, e era aqui, muitas pessoas fugiram, abandonaram a aldeia, e ele entrar aqui na comunidade, começou a queimar barracas, levar o que tinha na barraca, e houve morte, cortaram 2 pessoas, pescoço, outro cortou o pescoço, tirou a cabeça, e o outro cortou na barriga, tirou tripa, e esses todos morreram. E um outro que cortaram a cabeça era de Mocimba, fazia chapa de Mocimba a Maganja. Então, o outro era um pescador que vinha de onde aqui aldeia Quitunda. Esse outro era pescador e vinha pescar e ele morreu. Por aí, quando chegamos, voltamos à noite, de dia, quando chegamos, encontramos o nosso colega e eu senti muito, porque que o dono de chapa era meu grande amigo, se chamava Tawabo. Brincamos juntos há muito tempo. Ele vivia em Mocimba, eu vivia aqui, mas brincamos, porque ele ficou aqui há muitos anos. É assim que aconteceu a guerra na nossa comunidade de Maganja. A segunda guerra de Nsemo foi 2019. Ultrapassou meu dia porque eu gravava tudo no vídeo e pagou-se tudo. E eu tinha ido lá o mesmo dia de acontecimento e eu tirava foto e comecei a publicar. Eu estive lá mesmo dia do acontecimento, quando amanheceu. Houve muitos mortos aí, muitos mortos. Quase todas as casas de população lá, nem sequer restou só 2 mesquitas. Quase 2.000 casas, todas arderam. E houve muitos mortos, outros morreram na água, como eu perto de água do mar, e muitos morreram de água e fora de vez não se vê. O outro caiu aqui, outro foi baleado com vara, o outro foi cortado. Só uma pessoa que foi cortado o pescoço. O outro cortaram aqui na barriga, o outro cortaram aqui, e outros caíam nas mangalas, morreram. Outros com criança levavam no colo, com criança fugiu na mangala e aí fundou na água. Esse foi 4 mulheres que fundaram na água com criança no colo. Aqui era, no primeiro, vimos 9 pessoas. 8 homens e uma mulher. Aqui, que foi baralhado. Mais tarde, o segundo dia, quando começou a revista a procurar pessoas, encontraram cerca de 7 pessoas mortas nas mangalas. Porque lá é perto do mar e Mangala. Então, quando fugiram, outros fugiram do mar, como a água vazava, e foram muito longe. eles não voltaram lá, porque até encheu água e outros começaram a afundar. É assim que aconteceu a guerra lá, essas 2 guerras na nossa comunidade, na aldeia Magage. E ficamos muito sentimentos e assustamos. Aqui, essa aldeia está a recuperar agora. Muitas pessoas fugiram para o distrito, abandonaram a aldeia. Hoje, quando ver pessoas assim, é grande sorte. Não havia pessoa, havia 2, 3, você podia andar na aldeia, mesmo o dono assustar, de que essa aldeia vive pessoa. Mas enquanto vive pessoa, abandonaram para o distrito. É assim, 2 guerras. E hoje também ouvimos lá em Anquidunga, entraram, já começaram, ainda não tenho boa informação, porque a informação é a primeira. Ele que me ligou está no mato, ainda não chegou na aldeia.
Omi zinangu arabishamu zone yangu nili kuika milamba wofu tangu tije kwanza kufa kwa yetu. Omi hapa nikiwa na wana 3 kusama kitupo kufika hapa. Tikifika hapa tikiishi mpaka leo nikiwahi kupongoa wana wangu wafika 11 nili milamba. Lakini maisha yangu kulima milamba nopa na kusokola milamba nopa. Sina kukuka kwingine. Nikifika kulomba na muka wa kwanza, wa pili, wa 3. Nili milamba nopa hapa. Mpaka kuja na daluku. Kanisingana nopa hapa. Na maisha yetu ofwe ni kusokola mwani, wavine wana wetu, kusokola mwani kupata nguo, kulima kupata chakula kama vile kutiona. Mpaka leo kutisingana na daluku. Ikifika na daluku kwanza kutenda sensa, titenda tilinopa hapa na mpaka eta kwanza kusama. Tankulawa nopa sambi chatili kushanga ni kitu kimoja. Epa patili ikala hapa au patili kuikala hapa. Epa ofu tikala tikilima vetu shaka tiwenyewe vyonse. Na mwaka tankulima inju, mwakani tankulima inju, epa tivyama ndio kepa inju. Sambi kwa tili kuka wankutambe au tipeka 1.5. Sambi echo ni kinu chatili kuchanga ofu. Ni sehemu ya pili. Ofu tikala hapa siku nyingi na vinu vyetu tiwenyewe. Na tilikukataa kusama ila sambi vitili kutumiliwa hivi. Vingine tilikuelewa kamba jai wengine wanamba kutenda sensa, wankusaka kutenda sensa walanga mikazu mandio kwa sawa ase. Usikia mpaka tikadaili. Na kinuchi wasema kama muliandikise, mkimaliza kuliandikisa basi wale wasaka kuliandikisa vinu vyao pia kuja kutendelewa sensa kwa pamoja pia. Mpaka kufika sambi pa atinamba kupata nafasi ya kutimalizia vinu vyetu kutendelea sensa.
Mipa tangu kuida Palma hapa na kuanza kampuni kuyamisha wanu kwa Kitunda. Mimi Kitunda itama kuka sababu nilikuwa na makosa kupanda ngumipa. Kulingana na katika kuyamisha kwao, kwanza niliambia tinampani minda wa mkanamba kuyama kaya hii ndiko na Kitunda. Pili mnapata malipo kwa baba fedha yenu yote. 3 tunanyojani sehemu ya kuvua. Na ile japo limoja linamba kutendeka. Wakati kutinya kula wangu kwa Kitunda kuna mashaka kwanza vinumene vilikuwa sawa sawa. Pili magawano ya vinu awali kutelekeza sana. Kwa maana hiyo wepa Kitunda tiwanje kulitishinda kuka atinamba kuona maslahi sababu kwa tichiwa kwetu tinalima tinavua na sehemu hiyo ni sehemu pepe na kumani. Mpaka kuika wakati wa kutia misha kuika kaya hii. Atinamba pata maslahi mwisho pa kulima namba utiloja. Na maisha yetu namba kutika ya sana. Na malipo aya namba kuila kutilipa impreza. Na mwisho ambiti kutika wachema atiwaona awali kutidia kwetu mayumba mwetu kutitika kama vya chititika tangu kwetu milamba. Ni maana mipo kunishinda milamba nani Kitunda kuka. Nalipia kitunda kuku lakini sina nafasi nako sababu ili maslahi sababu unakwenda naumia.
Mimi nangu abia Isa. Kwetu kitupo kupongoliwa kumama na kuuawa. Lepa nije kulombiwa. Tangu nikajisimana maisha yangu kulima. Nikaponga nangu 10, 6 wafa, 4 wawapo. Kwa maisha yangu lijembe. Panije kulombiwa hapa anakuja ajipita noni tena. So ni siku za lijembe, kaza kulima, tikilia maganda. Kulima, tikilia ingi. Kulima, tangulia mpunga. Mpaka ndadia nili maisha yangu kulima. So ijana nimishangisha. Ofo tika muozi ya wenyewe. Kula kulima tangulia mandioka. Pawaja wenye masamba wankutwala mikazu yao na vinu vyao vya watendi wenyewe. Ofo tilime mandioka miaka na miaka. Tankwasiwa. Atinabo tendelewa sensa, ijana titikinisiwa na tishanga. Paja mwenyewe ozi ndikutwala vinu vyake undu kwasa mandioka mosa utendeliwe sensa. Na uvanga manaki niuche chishangisha. Tiye mwatangu jana tinacha kutenda. Nofutangu tikati tankuishi milamba, tankuishi mandioka, tankuishi inju, tankuishi pia vya milamba. Nepa ofisi petu tije kulombiwa atina ozi. Sopa tisuguli tije kulima maozi ya alumetu. Chetu sinkazo. Chetu sio nazi. Chetu sio mangela. Ofe vyetu mandioka vatanzi jadi mpaka sangu kutisingana na daru kuna. Sama mandioka yetu ale? Ndiye atili kuombea ofe tipati chetu. Tisipinginyiliwa ne abajai pamoja tendi maisha yetu ndio atikulili milamba na nume tangu katitwale katisukuza ijembe kulima mandioka sambe foti na ozi epati na ozi tana mandioka tusoma mandioka yetu tipati chetu iweche kulongea maongezi yangu ndio anichongera milamba numite nyumba kwenda kulima panuki tukulima na kumaliwa kanuja kulima kaulima kwa mumu akwe masimwangu munipe mipa simwangu so nilitukulombo pani tukulombo hapa ni kulima panilima wene mawazi wao wana vyao so naipa nina vyangu nitenda nipanda mindizi nipanda mapapaya nipanda mmogo nipanda binanasi nipanda mapera nipanda mikorosho makumbira nkati panamba kulipiwa vini paamba kulipa wene kaya avikwa pa vini vya biditi vipata sababu litekulombo nikasiku nyingi amu nkati ila pa wanapata wene maozi naipa biditi pate patimete kwa dopa tinkuba kwa tinkidoka yako tinkufukuza tukidoka yako patili toka yako ndio kwanza yambi kutenda kodu wani panzi kutenda kodu ngunda wewe ni mashamba na manipa vyangu vya watu waniche hesabu vya vikawena kuminazi kwa ni mashamba baya ipatite chini nikalira mipani ala pachuli kabisa ichiwala nguo ichitapika inenda dachi kule ichira nikande kubaki na mpusu kulira nikashitakia kwa anadako kwa na baba wewe vini vya tu kitikani twao uozi yao ndikukite ndikukite vini vyao haya mipa ninkweka na kulira nitabana pa kitunda ninkusentile nuke ngamba tunakutwa kana kitunda ipa ninkwa kitunda iwe nauli mwisho nauli ya nyumba yangu ipatite minda yangu ipite kumaozi na chandi chino chani yawe tangu ente kambe bandite pano nilite kunalima na nilite kulomba bali tukwamba pano ibidi pa changu cha nichipate chineno kulomba kukake numa kini wanichanganya kutwa changu chukite kumaozi mashamba ilipo sana nauli ipatite kitunda mipa bekwena imai shamba menile kunalima kuyaipe wije kumwani ili kuuka papalipa kuna yokola yani ipa ni monta wanambi maana kwena kitunda iwe nilipe uje mipa ninalia dunia nzima na ni makamela bia Isa nkulira apatite chinu nikosa vyangu necha nikotoka chipari kulira na apata kama ya kabandi na nivi bwanadako watu wana makamela bia Isa nkulira upanda vinu vyake ili kunataka kuoza na kuoza nikani ititi kanipa nititi kulombwa muna litu kulombwa lazima wena chake akiona ngo yaumito unataka upande wake nume maozi vinu vyangu vyote kushumulisha wanangu kwa walimi ya teni wali wangapi mipa ipaite hata chini mipa kulira mpaka leo vino yambaka namba ukiti kitunda mipa kitunda niuka na wanangu apite so ni mwene nika hapa na kusentili maisha wakanimela kontu moja nipate sasa kuingia konta maisha yangu aya ukiti vizuri mipa mindangu yote nivali kitunda ipa ilikuuka na ni ukite waitite ila na mwisho na nauli ya kunamba indi nauli yako ya kaza yako ipatite baki panika tu ninkulira mpaka lelo malipo mene yaone kia kwa desi mstau mulieli mstau neka nilikotoka chipali mpaka lelo vino mashamba vyangu mimba nikatia na dako apataka ni mami bako wote wananima kinatifa wa kina maivu wa nani wote wananima kama bia Isa ankulia sababu ya mashamba yake kosa upata setu walinipingilira kweli binkweli mpaka leo vino nitabana pa kitunda ninkuika hapa ndogo nipate maisha nilye inambopata munda na kumwani ko mipe wiki waneti ambapo nalima kulima tilikulima kumwana tilikuka kumwana wanichimira minda ipatite fedha yangu ikotokele wawangu wanidenga wanita simenti wanita leo vino kanoja niki kazi yangu mipe na mimba nilima matango 7 ne hapa we nango hapa we chani yani wani metika mwa wanu watete vyo nimelita vyo mitu wanu watete wana vyo nimeliwe ndiani mani nimeliwe ipokele nitamani pa kitunda ninkuona kini loa ili kuwena nauli ye ipatite ya kitunda kama indi naulia kuwena iya kuya ipatite mipa labia isa mipa.
Thank you so much, everyone. Yeah, thanks to all of the testimony givers that have shared videos with us. I would like to now welcome Omar back again to tell us a little bit about these testimonies that we just heard. Welcome back, Omar.
Thank you. So I'm going to read a statement on behalf of the Mozambique community. And this is a statement from Justica Ambiental in Mozambique. Communities from Mozambique were unable to join live today because of the dangerous situation they continue to face, especially if they speak up against the gas projects. Total Energies has created a social, economic, and climate disaster in Mozambique with its $24 billion Mozambique liquefied nitrogen gas LNG project in the northern province of Cabo Delgado. Since Total Energies showed its face in Mozambique, it has brought nothing but disaster and suffering. In Cabo Delgado province, where it leads the offshore $24 billion Mozambique liquid natural gas project, it has irreversibly destroyed the lives of people before it has extracted even a drop of gas. Total Energies is one of the biggest players in Mozambique's gas industry, and to prepare for future gas extraction, it is constructing the onshore Apungi LNG park, which houses the aerodrome, treatment plants, ports, offices, and other support facilities for many of the projects and contractors. To make way for the 70 kilometers square, the company displaced more than 550 families from the surrounding communities. Fishing communities who had been living mere meters from the ocean for generations were displaced to a relocation village more than 10 kilometers inland with no way of accessing the sea. Farmers who had now lost their land were given small, inadequate pieces of land for the relocation houses they had been given. These communities have lost their livelihoods and have been left destitute. The climate and environmental impacts of the project will be irreversibly devastating. Gas extraction will lead to the elimination of several endangered species of fish, flora, and fauna of the Quirimbas archipelago, a UNESCO biosphere off the coast of Cabo Delgado. The methane emissions from the construction of just one LNG train will increase the greenhouse gas emissions of the whole country by up to 14% in a country already massively vulnerable to climate change. Since 2017, communities in Cabo Delgado have faced horrific violence, first by insurgents and then from Mozambique military. Total Energies was well aware of this violence when it took over the project in 2019, which was more than 2 years after the first attacks were reported. Following a major insurgent attack on Palma village, the nearest large village to the Afundi Park in March 2021, Total Energies decided to abandon the area and ongoing processes with the communities, claiming force majeure, pausing the project indefinitely, pausing the project indefinitely, stopping all compensation payments. The gas industry has been central to this violent conflict between insurgents, the Mozambique, South Africa, and Rwanda armed forces, and notorious Russian and South African mercenaries. So far, it has displaced 1 million people, many of whom are now in refugee camps. Local people have reported situations where the Mozambican military that had been deployed to protect them against insurgents extorted people for their compensation, sometimes holding beneficiaries hostage or threatening their families with violence, including sexual assault, and sometimes following up on those threats. Locals reported that helicopters flown by private security companies fired indiscriminately at civilian infrastructure. Community members were unable to dissent in consultation meetings or through the committees set up to represent them, for fear of reprisal from the government or of not receiving adequate compensation. Community leaders were often corrupted and in some instances gave false consent on behalf of the community. Mozambique has been a power producer for decades, yet only 30% of the population has access to electricity. The gas industry will be a major economic disaster for Mozambique. Already, Total Energies has found ways to avoid paying taxes in the country. The videos you have seen are testimonies of people who have been directly affected by Total Energies projects and the associated militarization filmed by Jessica Ambiento. Araben Chamo was one of the few people who were brave enough to speak to the camera about what he was experiencing. The first video was taken in his village, Milamba, which was being demolished for Total's onshore park. His village no longer exists. The second was taken after his displacement, where he has been moved to a relocation village and is suffering from the impacts of Total's treatment of his people. Rabia Issa is also speaking before and after displacement. The first video is about attack by insurgents on a small village, and the speaker's name has been changed for safety reasons. Please note, a content warning was shared, and we hope you have been able to be advised as so. Total's date to restart the project is unclear, but it will be soon. These videos are only two examples of the way in which Total and the gas industry have ruined and broken communities and are continuing to do so, and we must stop them before it is way too late. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Omar, for those words, for telling us about the context in Mozambique and telling us about the communities resisting the different, projects, extractivist projects that that communities are facing. We are now going to move on to hearing from other testimony givers that are resisting against the East African crude oil pipeline. And so the kind of format of this part of the tribunal is that we will listen to testimony givers for around 7 minutes. And then we will open up the floor from questions from the judges. And I think we're going to start with welcome Mugisha Jealousy, who is connecting from Uganda. Mugisha, I hope that you're with us. Welcome.
Yes, my name is Mugisha Jealousy. I'm the resident of Kassini Village, Nile Parish, Wedo Sub-County, Blissa District. I became a project affected person by Telenga. It was 2017. Then after assessment was been done by Atacama, subcontractor of Total, then they stopped me. I should not put any new development on my houses. Then again, after we go for disclosure, I refuse the money because my home was in the land of the family, which is 13.5 acres, where the central processing facility is. The money was poor. I withdraw my powers to signatory. My brother and sister went on and processed for the money for the land, but for my home, I refused. And then after I refused the money, Total and the government of Uganda took me in court of law. Everything I'm talking, I have the evidence. This is the copies, and others are here. And then after that, the money was very little. I refused. And then also, disclosure was done very well. I said to me, I'm not going to take cash compensation for my home, but Total going ahead forcing me, I'm supposed to take cash compensation. Up to date, I refuse cash compensation. I asking my home must be relocated, or they must pay me the all money which can make me to be able to replace my home again. And also, in my home, I'm not just the only one person. We are 9 people in my family members. So in that process of not compensating or relocating my home, I shift because of force and intimidation. I leave the place. I got a small piece of land. I put a small structure, which I cannot be enough to manage my people in that small house. So my sons, they use every night to walk by footing 300 meters far away from my home to a neighbor's home to get to sleep there. That one, now it is like 4 years that affection is going on. Then also, the problem come after I refused the money. I went, it was 2019, to testify about human rights violation in France. When I was coming back, I was arrested in Entebbe airport, and they warning me, serious warning, I'm not supposed to go back again to witness. All those are the problems which Total Energies are bringing upon me and my family members. And then also, I got many challenges, many infections, different sickness, which I cannot, not even me only, me and my family members, which we cannot manage to take care of us or to get money, which can take us to a good hospital to take medical care. Why? Because all time I put my mind to look at money for survival. So that also is very, very, very risky on my life, on my family members, their life. And also again, when that one was happened, I refused. I stayed home. Then Total Energies and the government of Uganda took me in court of law in Masinde High Court. It was 2021. The court proceeds just for 3 months. Then the judge ruled the case on the favor of Total and the government. I lose. And I have the copy here where the money is deposited in court account in High Court Masinde. As per now, I'm talking, the money is there. We are suffering. And also again, per now, the challenges which I'm facing, not only me, I need my rights and the rights of my family members must be respected. And number two, also community where I'm coming from, the community which hosted the central processing facility in bracket CPF, there must be catered for a better life. They must be planned for future generation to come. So that is why we are looking for. Then after, with that process, we enter also another sections on flood issues and the dust. I have the letters here. One, we wrote to the general manager of Total. He refused to respond. This was done August. And after the general manager refused to respond, we wrote to the Uganda Human Rights Commissions. We raised our complaint as a community at large. Even no one can respond. So this is how Total is handling me and the community at large, where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your testimony and the powerful resistance that you and those of your community are putting against this corporation. And I'm now going to invite the judges to ask any questions or share any reflections that you might have. Yeah, please do unmute yourself and ask any questions.
If I may, thank you. If I may go first, I want to thank our friend for making the testimony from Uganda. That was very touching. We've seen the level of intimidation, the extent of the extent that the government and Total are working against the interests of the people. The sort of displacement, the lack of readiness to pay compensation, impoverishment of the people, you can name it. All the crimes against people have been committed against the residents of the areas that have been taken over by the government and Total. Now, your presentation is quite clear, but could you just tell us what would justice look like to you? Considering what you've gone through and what you are still going through?
Justice, on my side, I can say, okay, when my issues he's handling very well, and also community members are handling very well. They are taking care of them because they are affected people. Yes.
Thank you, Mugisha. Any other questions from the judges, or if you would like to come back to what Mugisha said, please do come in.
I'd like to.
Please come in.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you.
So from my community in the Secwepemc tribe and nation, I extend, our solidarity and appreciation as freedom fighters and land defenders against big oil and gas to your community. We know how hard it is to face off with big power and money. And we see clearly in our fight exactly what you're saying and how these companies are working hand in hand with these governments, and nobody responds when we're standing up as actual Indigenous nations and peoples to fight for our international human rights and our Indigenous rights. And I just want to extend that solidarity, and anyone that stands up for the environment and for the justice for our people are strong and courageous, and your voice is being heard across this great land, all the way over where I'm from in so-called British Columbia, Canada, and the Secwepemc Nation. Your voice is being heard, and it's the solidarity that we give to each other and the respect that we give to each other and the alliances that we build that's going to bring power to us. So thank you, Cookstrand, for your words.
Thank you so much. I think, Dima, you also wanted to come in?
Peace and blessings upon you all. Thank you for yielding and for sharing and for allowing us to be part of your fight, your journey. I echo everything, the points raised by my fellow judges. And my question to you is, it's very easy to get distracted in all the details, in all the pain, and in all the oppression. But we're here to connect on a human level. What do you want the people to know? If there's one thing you want them to know about your story, if there's one thing you want them to know about the truth of what you are experiencing now, what's the one thing I can share? I can personally take and share, but what can others take? What's the one thing you want us to remember? Thank you.
Thanks, Dima. Mugisha, that's over to you.
I want people to know about the truth about me, and people also to know my story, how I'm real affected, and I'm in risk and danger. Yes.
Thank you, Mugisha. And we have, listened to your story very actively. Thank you so much for sharing it, for your courage, and for all of the work that you and the community are putting up against Total. Would you like to share anything else before we move on to another testimony, or are you happy with everything you've shared?
Nothing.
Thank you. Thanks so much. So friends, for everybody watching and attending community watch parties, we're going to take a 5 minutes break. We understand that, what we have heard is a lot, and I think it is important for us to slow down a bit and also to check in with ourselves and to really be able to yeah, to like feel and understand what we have heard. So we're gonna take 5 minutes. And then we're gonna come back and listen to 2 more testimonies from Uganda. And so right now is 2:20 where I am. We'll see each other at 2:25. And in UTC, we're going to put it in the chat so that you all know what time we're coming back, but it's just 5 minutes from now. I hope that you can take a bit of time to move yourselves and hydrate and come back again to the screen in 5 minutes. See you in a bit. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed those 5 minutes of break. We have 2 more testimonies that we're going to be hearing from. Again, the invitation to our testimony givers is to speak for around 7 minutes. And then the judges will ask you a few more questions and reflections. So I'm going to invite Jackie to speak to us. If you're there, Jackie, ready? Yeah, we're ready for you. Welcome. Hello, Jackie. You're on mute at the moment. We can't hear you right now, so if you unmute yourself, you want to try again?
Thanks for your welcoming. I'm Jackie from Rakai District, Bukarasa Village. The Total come in our area in
Total ilikuja katika eneo letu
as in the team using our village person to teach us the good things of the Total, whereby they organized the meeting to inform us that information, which is well known by only the chairman, and they teach us only the good things for that pipeline. Before that, they told us to appreciate their view without any complaint on our side, whereby we get to know the arms of that company. They start to use our lands before getting the permission, because for them they have power from the head of the security. In which way, for them they just come in and start telling us that we are going to compensate you as they want, without teaching the way how they make the accountability of our properties. For me, as Jackie, they pass through our land, our mommy's land, which is in Bukalasa. And they start to tell us that we are no longer going to use that land for any more, because they're going to use it. It was very difficult on our side to get everything we have been using in our family, such as the food and other things, whereby In our family, we are 6 people in number, including my mom, my brothers and sisters, plus the grandchild of my mom. It forces us to leave the land without compensating us enough money, which led me to face the problem to cater for my family because I am the elder of them. In that situation, I find a lot of problem to look for another land to use for planting the food crops, which will help me to cater for them. And then those people start using the chairman to force us to sign, showing that they have paid for us for our land, which was not good, because for them they have the authority from up. Then those people come in 2018. Since that up to now, they force us to move the land without compensating us. We try to look for the help, they just chase us away from the ground because they have power. And since that, we are in insecurity for them because they all along enforce us to sign.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Sorry, you froze at the end for a bit. Were you speaking? If you can repeat the last bit that you said.
I want just to say thanks.
Thank you so much, Jackie, for sharing your testimony with us today. And again, I'm going to invite our judges to ask any questions that you might want to ask Jackie. We're going to start maybe with you, Jackie. Please come in.
Thank you so much. And it's an honor to meet another Jackie in this, and we spell our names the same too, which is cool. So it's in hearing your story and other stories, there's so many parallels to the stories of Black communities in the United States. And so I hear so many similar themes from the forced displacement to the intimidation to the violence against our people and our communities to the loss of land that has happened, and from Reserve Louisiana to Delaware, to places across the United States, and then with our Indigenous brothers and sisters in the United States as well, places like Shiprock, or the Four Corners region, just such similar stories. So thank you for sharing. I'm wondering if you, Sister Jackie, could tell a little bit more about your life before Total arrived, and about the coffee you were growing and your family. If you could just give us an image of life before this travesty of this corporate takeover.
Before they come in, our family was going good because we can manage to look for food. The cash crops we plant through that ground, was used to get money from it. But now we are no longer using that land because they forced us to move the place without using it, which led us to become poor as a family.
Thank you so much, Jackie. Thank you. Dima, you want to ask a question?
Yes, sister, I want to start by reminding you and by affirming to you that you are not poor. Regardless what this system wants us to believe, our wealth we carry in our spirit. And I want to affirm that I hear you, I see you. I hear my personal story in this as a Nubian from what is today called Sudan. And the stories, and I will share this maybe later in the reflection because it is the same. And I want to build up on Jackie's question on what your life was before, and here this being a health tribunal. You mentioned an intergenerational displacement. This was your mother, you, and you said your mother's grandchild as well. This is an intergenerational displacement, and it links to an intergenerational trauma. And as a people, we continue to be attacked for our emotions. So I want to hold space for the emotions. You shared with us how your life was before, but can you take a moment and invite us a little bit into what this generational trauma looks like? Humanize the situation for us, from whether it's memories, whether it's affiliation to space or food, what you were growing, this connection to your mommy's land. And I love that you called it that and keep calling it that because it's coming back. Please, if you can, if you have space to just share with us what this intergenerational trauma looks like.
Those total people, they interact us we are no longer getting enough food from our land because we are no longer using it due to that total people passing through our land, which lead us to lack of food, even the money to use, because we are the farmers using our land to grow cash crops, which is no longer used now. They just hire us to move the press without using it. And we are in fear of that pipeline because it can damage our crops, even we people living around. My mom needs just to be looked. My mom needs to be cared because I am the elder. I am supposed to work hard to look for the family, which is not so easy on my side to look for it because I'm no longer using my property to get what to use. or to get the support from me, the land.
Thank you so much, Jackie. I think, Nimo, you have another question for Jackie. Please come in.
A very short comment and a question. Jackie, thank you for your testimony. I can feel the pain. As you were speaking, I was thinking of communities way back home for me in the Niger Delta who have experienced 65 years of mitigated exploitation and pollution. But one thing I would like you to really clarify for us. I mean, I've heard stories about communities displaced in Uganda, and I do know something close to your story where children the schools were left unattended. I mean, when they moved people out of the community, they had to abandon the school, abandon the market, abandon the healthcare centers. And for years, no one used those facilities, and then the children could not even go back to school anywhere. So could you just confirm to us what you've been saying? I want to hear it very clearly, that you've been displaced from your land, and yet no one is using that land, but you are not allowed to go back to that land. Can you confirm that that is what I've heard?
For sure, they just passing through our land. We are not being used that land. We stay in that land aside, not using all the land we have been using. But we are staying in our house, but they divided our land in 2 pieces. We left with a small property where we can stay, but we are no longer using all the land we have at first.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jackie and judges, for your questions. I wonder, Jackie, if there is anything else that you would like to share with us, or if you would like us to move on to listen to the next testimony giver, Frank.
Oh.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jackie. So if that's okay with all of you, I'm going to move us along to listen to Frank, who is also sharing his testimony with us. Frank, welcome. Thank you for being here, and we're ready when you are.
Well, welcome. My name is Frank.
Kwa majina naitwa Frank.
Yes, I faced the problem of this project.
Nilipata shida mwaka wa 2008 wakati walikuja.
Mwaka 2010 ndio walikuja wakaanza demarcation katika kwetu.
I met the plagues in my piece of land, and we are called by the chairperson, LS1. If it could be better, I give the names of the chairman. I don't know, but for me, I have them. Then by that time, ECO was mostly connived with the chairpersons because they could do everything. As they demarcated my land, I did not get which part was taken. First of all, you may hear me speaking English, but I'm not good at English because the level of education is poor. My land was measured in decimals, whereby I don't know how many decimals make up an acre. First of all, I was not given time to be taught about the surveying of the land. That one also became a problem to me. I was not given chance to speak for myself because they could consult me to telephone so that you should come, we have a meeting, only serving sodas and biscuits to me. So I could leave without taking any action which has been taking place. They should take the photos, they say this and this. Probably at first when I heard of this project, I felt in my heart when I'm feeling some things itching me because I know all the dangers of fuel. So that one put me aside and I felt bad. More that my land, I could grow. I was growing crops, cassava, and whatever, plus these, the eucalyptus trees. And I had all the program, I had one piece, so the place cut down so that I could grow the coffee to earn more money. That one was also stopped. More to that, I had a sandy mine whereby I could mine sand to pick up money. Now I was stopped from that. And more to that, what brought me feel not comfortable, they told me that we are no longer going to compensate the land, the sandy mine, that it's out of the street. But as we've gone so further following, ECOP, all new plan, they came back and they resurveyed back the land, whereby the strip is all taking the whole piece of the mine. You know, I'm the chairman of the minings in Chotera. Also, that one has hindered me so much. I have nothing to do because sometimes we fear to talk as regards the security, but we've fought so much and we are not getting. I fought for the rest of the people, especially we had the compensation rates being low. They tried to value more money to that of coffee and the bananas, but with that of the land, we've never. And even we failed to get our compensation rates to know from the district how much money. Yet we don't know. Many people don't know at the community like me. So I'm in worry. I faced a problem of the family. My children and the daughters are no longer going to school. More to that, after this company coming in, I faced a problem of family breakage because I could do sandy mine and help the family. But now it's no longer. So that comes too much of my worry. Before this project came in, I was living life in a better perspective. And more so, I bought my piece of land so that it could let me look better in these years. And even my daughters, I expected them to stick on that land. But now, no more. No more. And from that, I've never been compensated. Only what they say that for me, it's a longer time. And I disturbed them, they will no longer, they are going to take the money to court. That is what they say. Whereby I don't know what is going to take because I had some, there is a paper I wrote, they told them they are going to, I will be included in the, it's how they call the that article I didn't even get it because we have no anybody to translate for us. So another point is, if they've taken 4 years without compensating me, the increment, there is a certain percentage they say that every year they have a percentage. For me, I don't get what the percentage is. I'm not good at mathematics. So how am I going to do? I think that one is what I'm feeling. I don't want to speak more about this people project because whenever I feel it, I feel tears come, I want to shed even tears. I couldn't look as I am, but it's because of Rico. Because every time I'm in worries and I'm ever sick, I felt a problem of pressure. Once I had such of that, they are coming, we thought the IPO project would take us within 3 to 4 days, but it has taken years without using our land. The cutoff date was on the 2nd May 2019. From that date up to now, we are refused to grow crops that take a longer time. And even at first they had told us we are no longer going to use that land. It was our mash quarrel when we accepted to still use the land for a short time. Now imagine I had a program of coffee because coffee now at our place is very expensive and it's the major cash crop. All that one declined and failed. That's all what I have.
Thank you so much, Frank, for sharing your testimony with us. And, you know, despite all the fear and intimidation campaigns that these corporations like put on us to be here talking to us, and also for all of the work that, that you have been doing with your community. So we're going to be asking the judges to maybe share a few reflections or questions, again, as we have done previously. So if anybody wants to come in, please let me know.
What's immediately coming up to me, and first of all, thank you, Frank, for sharing, for opening up and allowing us to carry with you and to bear witness. What's really coming up to me right now is the fact that there was no translation and the weaponization of colonizer languages and how these languages are used to create declarations and policies. So I'm curious, Frank, if you know that the United Nations has declared this the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, and what that might mean in terms of that responsibility. And looking at the, and I'm just putting this out as a reflection, I'm not necessarily asking a question, but I'm curious how this affects you, what comes up for you as a feeling, Frank, when you know that you have this international system that keep talking about indigenous languages and the importance of people's mother tongues, but we have all these operational declarations and principles that are not translated in our languages, that are not communicated to us so that we get the full scope. How can you feel or you see that we might use this international decade, these things that they keep throwing at our people to say, oh, look, we see you, but we're not really going to deal with you. Look, we acknowledge your culture, but we're not really going to honor it. How can we eradicate these contradictions? Has there been any effort to speak to you in your language?
Thank you, Dima. And Frank, please do come in if you want to respond. to that question and that reflection.
As the judge has talked about with the language, nowadays the language barrier is also a problem. It has affected us so much. And in my view of understanding, I thought, it was their tactic so that they could let us receive less compensation. And I even wonder, in our community, we found it a very big problem, or they first came to the community and asked the chairman where the pipeline could pass. Because you may find out in the whole of Greater Masaka, this project, where it passed or where it affected, you may find at least 2 people who went to school. The others are already 90 years. So I don't know, although it was intended to be like that. In fact, for me, I'm in fear because of the language barrier. So much. I think it was intended to look like that. I don't know how we are going to be helped by this time, because we talked about that one, about the language several times with this CSOZ for help. I don't know how they've done it, but now they are trying to change, but even for them, they cannot explain to you. It's a day they call you, come and decide. Yeah, with the chairman. The chairman has already stamped the documents. So I don't know. In fact, it's a very big question, and it's a very big tactic to them. So I don't know how we are going to do, but on behalf of me, it has hindered me so much.
Thank you so much, Frank. And yeah, there are many things that we might not be able to answer in this tribunal. That's fine. Thank you so much for trying and sharing your thoughts anyway. Very important reflections from you. Any other questions from any one of you judges? Nimo, you go.
Yeah, thank you, Frank. I know it's difficult for you to talk about the atrocities of Total Energies and the Ugandan government and the ECOP project itself. But before the arrival of Total, before your land was taken, you were farming not just crops that would be harvested in a year, but perennial crops that take many years to harvest them. Probably got you more income when they got matured. So you're displaced from your land is taken from you, your income is cut off, you're not compensated, and you're having, how are you surviving? How are you living day to day compared to what life was before?
As compared the life before ECOP had come in, I was better, as I've already explained to you, that my piece of land had so many activities taking place. One, there was a sand mine. I could mine sand and sell. Two, I could grow crops. Because I had a piece of land, I could grow the tomatoes and put on sale, beans, sweet potato, cassava, to mention about a few. More too, I could graze on my piece of land, because by that time I had the cows, the cattle was. And in fact, what I had forgotten, I was forced to sell the cattle, because for me, I knew it is going to take 3 to 4 days. In their coming, they told us, we are going to take it speedy. And I would look sorry to mention those who would tell us the new plan workers. I have all of them in the records and what they did to me. So I sold all the property, like that of cattle. I sold it because I could not look cattle anymore on somebody's piece of land. So I sold, which left me in poverty. Now I cannot graze. I was looking better, as I've explained to you. I could take the children to school. Even I had no any sick anywhere. But when it took a year, I felt it too bad. Whenever I could sleep, I could even dream taking the land for nothing. So I was shocked in the heart, which has resulted me to pressure. By this time, I'm ever taking tablets, but it's not because it was to come, but it came because of ECO. You may feel me speaking, but the way I look is very horrible. And even that's why I didn't want some that to take the video. You may see, I look very horrible, but last time I was looking better. I was big, but now I've lost weight. Whenever I think about ECO, I have now the children are no longer going to school. We use it to take a good soup during the weekends and even every day, but no more. So, I mean, because I want, even what I wanted to talk to, I tried to fight for the community and myself. What they did, I was jailed. I was jailed. As I explained to you that most cases, I fear to talk about such the issues of ECO. And I am ever asking the one who is in charge, how have you kept the security? If they say we are safe, I speak. So I was living life better. And as I explained to you that I bought my land, it was in yard, but now it is in decimals. And last time I called the Mr. Maxwell, I explained it to him. Said, these people, I'm telling them to pay me the land that was taken back. In fact, the lady told me that one won't be accepted. We have to find you money. Getting an acre in our village, it is too expensive. Whereby an acre in the village, it was valued at something like 4 million to 7. So in fact, I feel so bad in terms of the life. I'm in fear. Sometimes I don't take up even in the house. Whenever they come to the village, I fear. Because I'm on the list of those people whom they are looking for. So my life is in danger.
Thank you, Frank. Yeah. Thank you, Frank. Thank you so much for being here. Can I you go?
Yeah, I just wanted to, again, just extend my appreciation for your courage to be able to speak these words. And I don't know if it's too invasive and intrusive, but I would like to hear what it looks like and how it feels to be physically displaced from your land. And I keep on hearing even just the word land. And we know from all the testimonies how important that is, and because we base our livelihoods and our economy off of our land. And so I wanna hear, like, you know, you said you feel so bad, but I feel like there's more emotional hardships and physical hardships. Like you said, you look funny because of your weight and you've lost weight. That's really impactful for me to hear that, because we take for granted, you know, our privilege, you know, as even Indigenous people in Canada, we face a different kind of oppression and genocide against us. So I want to just hear how it looks to be physically displaced and how it feels, not just for yourself, but witnessing your whole community and a nation going through this because of big oil. And also, we always want to say they, but who is they? Who's affecting you? Who's displacing you? Can we name and shame them? I'm all the way in so-called Canada. Who do we know are the culprits of this? Because so much people want to hide behind the name of Total or the name of Uganda government, but we really have to put faces to them. In our situation, it's Justin Trudeau, you know, the, the Prime Minister of Canada that owns a pipeline we're fighting. So yeah, just to hear more from you about that.
Thanks, Madam. You wanted me to talk those people of the new plan who did. Okay, one, before the cutoff date was done, as I already explained you that the cutoff date was on the 2nd of May 2019, before it was done, because the procedure said that the cutoff date, it is the date when they tell you you should not do this, and you should look what is missing. That is, in my view, what I know. As I explained you where I was earning money in my sandy mine, the lady told me that the strip, the map strip for ECO, the sandy mine is out of the strip map of ECO. And she told me that this extension is just an extension. It's a divert, which I didn't know. So the lady was called the Hamida Nachibidige. She came in with the policeman, the chairman, ARC, the chairman, or those of the local councils, the DNRO is the District National Resource Officer of Chotira District. I know the names, but as regards security, we need to work. I know him. Told me, if you can't cross this one, you are complaining of the sandy mine. We are going to bring the full letters. This is NEMA. You know, the District National Resource Officer is the one who takes NEMA. I said, why? He was with the policeman. I know also the names of the policeman on Chotera. They came, and I had nothing to do. Because I explained the relative, what if it's found when the sandy mine is within your plagued area? So nothing I could do. But the lady was Hamida Nachibirige. That lady is very, 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 in fact, that lady did much, much, much to destroy and even to lose our lands. Hamida Nachibirige of a new plan. And she's a contractor of Total, because the new plan is the contract, is the one which took the contract in the Greater Masaka. So Hamida is the very person. And I have all the documents within, but I didn't pass them. If it needs to WhatsApp them, I will do. It's all the documents from the police.
Thank you so much. Oh, you go, Frank.
No, I wanted to know whether she's contented or she needs any more explanatory. I don't know.
Thank you.
No, that really explains a lot, because it's the same thing. They come in with the policemen, and they come with the leadership that's not really the leadership of the people. And so, yeah, it was good to just hear, because they're still using the police to do the work of Total and the government. They're all complicit to the human rights violations, from the councilman to the chairman. The people are participating in. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. Frank, thank you so much for what you've shared with us today. Is there anything else that you would like to say before we move on to reflections about around all of the testimonies? Frank?
Yes.
Sorry, I thought you were trying to say something, but we couldn't hear what you said.
No more. Since all the judges have been on, I'm looking forward to their hearings to see and even to have some solutions for me, as I've already explained about the security, about our compensation is in terms of the language barrier. We have the vulnerables. In fact, what I didn't even mention, for me at the ground, I'm facing a lot of problems because each and everybody comes in and they contact me. You who knows a little English, come and assist. Once you go there, you are chased away, and that one who has been going to be worked upon is also left aside. They tell him you were connived with Frank, so yours is also down. We have the people who are lame, they are no longer helped, but whenever you pull up your face, so whenever you pull up your face, you are focused too much, as I've already told you. Now we have the project is taking part of this resettlement, the graves. In fact, I can even laugh, though I'm afraid. Sometimes I take some roughs and I don't want to feel stressed so much. I may look Gurume the face. I sometimes come happy. Because now with the graves were evaluated more money. You may find somebody with 40 graves was evaluated about 7 million. But now, they are saying each family with the grave, whether it's either one or 40, you are going to be compensated 1 million, 120 Uganda shillings, or the 40. Imagine somebody has one is receiving $1,020,000. The other one with 60 is receiving $1 million with 1.2 is what they are receiving. So now we are wondering who did that, and why is it that when last time they were evaluating, they evaluated the people more money. We even signed because they could come and ask, what do you want? Somebody says, I have to get the orders of the month. I have to get the cow and you want to gather the whatever so that these people may be replaced in another way with the priest. But now no priest, they are saying for us, we are going to compensate uniform money. So also that one is there. As I explained to you that I don't know why. Did these people first see that we are going to pass where the people with more years, because people are already, and they are taking them as nothing. Somebody is 96 years, he has buried the people there, and you are giving him that money. When his view, he was evaluated more money. And in they are compensating to them, they could deduct the money for the graves. But now they are not compensating that money which they had deducted and left to pay for them. So that is what I'm looking.
Thank you so much, Frank. Thank you for being here, for your courage. And I think if that's okay with you, judges, we're going to move on to just share general reflections on all of the testimonies that you've heard, both from Mozambique and Uganda. And then we'll start kind of like wrapping up so that we can have a break to move on to hear from the testimonies around Shell. So yeah, the floor is open for you to share any final reflections that you might want to share with everybody that is attending here today. Is that you, Nima?
Thank you so much. I want to thank people from Mozambique and Uganda who have testified so far. And also to thank Justica Ambienta in Mozambique who helped to put those videos together. One thing that has come true to me is how widespread these activities of oppressing our people is going on across the African continent. How entrenched is the colonial extractive paradigm where everything is taken, whether you like it or not. And most of the resources from Mozambique to Uganda, they're all meant for export. The crude oil from Mozambique is going to be piped across the the western border of Lake Victoria, all the way to Tanzania for export. The oil in the gas in Mozambique, while the last climate conference was holding in El Shamshek, the government was celebrating the exportation of the first shipment of gas from Mozambique. And so we see these horrible things going on. And Mozambique is one of the most vulnerable nations to climate change. Hundreds of thousands of people have lost their lives to increasing intensity of cyclones on the southeastern seaboard of Africa. And yet, all this is going on without any concern. I think what we heard from the testimony from Mozambique amount to crimes against humanity. The way people were torn open, heads cut, people displaced without compensation, the gender inequality, the power play, all these atrocities, dispossession, displacement, is just almost overwhelming. But I'm so happy that the brothers and sisters who have testified have, braved the odds to speak up against all this. One thing I think that we really need to, I want to congratulate people who have testified is that despite all the efforts by the governments and the corporations to rob them of dignity, they're standing strong. Because if they didn't have a sense of strength or dignity, they wouldn't come to this tribunal to lay their complaint. And I think we need to really applaud them for that. The level of intimidation going on in Uganda is incredible. Late last year, some people went on the streets campaigning, parading for ECOP in support. But when some students came up, suddenly they were arrested and detained. So we see this kind of blatant abuse is just incredible. And I'm going to round up now by just echoing what has been said about the intergenerational injustices that are being inflicted on our people and the traumatic experience. Whole communities are being traumatized. When are we going to bring the healing? And I think that's one of the things that the tribunal would try to do, to bring some restore hope to our people, and re-emphasize the fact that they are not alone, that there are similar things happening across the continent. Communities are standing. The Ogoni example is there. Since 1993, they stopped Shell from operating their territory. We can replicate this across the continent. So thank you for the testimonies.
Thank you so much, Nimo, for your words. Any other reflections from the judges?
Yes, Kanahu's here from Secwepemc Nation, so-called BC Canada. Really, we're still fighting against the continued colonization, which is really taking a form of capitalism and resource extraction. And we see it throughout the world. And thank you for your words that have brought a real human emotion. And it's not just something you see on social media. For us, we're actually listening not just with our ears, but with our hearts and with our spirit, and amongst and across great lands. You know, we hear your spirit. We join our hearts with yours as one. You know, we unite as one, as people who are defending our land and our lives against this new wave of colonization and genocide, which is this resource extraction. And these are international human rights violations that these colonial states must be tried for, they must be held accountable for, and the corporations and how they are able so easily to come into these colonial nation states so easily, like they have more rights than us as people. And they are really war crimes against humanity. You're extracting a resource that's not supposed to be extracted, which is creating just going to and continue to create such a big disaster against our planet and the climate change and the changes that are coming. My father, the late Arthur Manuel, he would talk about colonization as a displacement of land and the dependency. You know, they want to create that dependency, and when we fight back, there's oppression and the use of the police and the use of the court systems, and you know, these use of and so you know, the health impacts, the health oh, sorry. I don't know.
Please continue, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
the health impacts, I think that's something too that it starts to affect our bodies, what affects the land, it starts to affect our bodies, and just, you know, the access to healthcare, because these colonial states depend on impoverishment, and they depend on that we don't have a place in a thriving economy from our land, and they want us to be dependent and impoverished, and that's one of their biggest human rights weapons, is controlling our economy. And I hear that with, you know, just the displacement. It's not just the displacement from your actual homes where you live with your families, but it's displacement from your area that their people are growing food, livelihood, economy. And so I see that. And every single colonial instrument they're using to displace people from the land, there's unseen entities that we need to expose to this whole infrastructure and apparatus that continues to hold these colonial nation states afloat, you know, is based off of the resource extraction that has made them very wealthy in order for them to, you know, oppress us. And so I see that, and I hear your words, and I unite, you know, my heart and my spirit with all of you that are facing these same human rights crimes and oppression and genocide. Well, thank you for your words, and I hope you hear my heart across this great land. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kanahus. We hear your heart. Any other final reflections? Judima.
Thank you. I take a moment to honor all those who shared their journey, all those who came before you, all those who couldn't share. And I'm holding the door wide open so that more can feed off this courage and this continued resilience of people coming to embody their truth, and to allow us to bear witness to it, and to allow us to recognize that we are all part of this truth. We are one. And we've already won. It's not written in their language. It's not written in this system's algorithm. But spaces like this is confirmation that we are one. And we are connected to all things that are divinely created, all beings that are divinely created. And so much of that, the dots that are being connected here, is really bringing up one main thing, and it's the continued dehumanization, the deliberate dehumanization of all people of indigenous ancestry. And part of that is the deliberate attack on our indigenous languages. So much so that here we have this space for people of Africa. And I've said this before and I'll say it again. As far as I'm concerned, Mama Africa is not restricted to the physical mass that is the continent. Mama Africa is Mama Africa and all her children everywhere. And in their languages, we have to say of African ancestry or indigenous ancestry, like they're separate, like they're different. And here again, we saw and we heard from the different testimonies how these colonizer languages are weaponized against our people, because there are certain focus and certain things that are highlighted to people, certain things that are hidden, certain things that are not even translated, certain things that are lost in translation. They're not lost in translation, they're deliberately hidden. They're deliberately put away. And all these false promises, it's bringing so much on a personal level as a Nubian, because this is what happened when the Egyptian government and the Sudanese government, backed by UNESCO, decided to displace Nubians to make way for the Aswan High Dam. And it's the same thing that's currently also being experienced by our Maasai family in Tanzania. And we have to keep connecting these dots, because these governments, I refuse to call them leaders, these misleaders continue to mislead our people, but they are guided by these institutions, these colonial institutions. And anytime we want to talk about human rights, we have to remember that these people who created the so-called Declaration of Principles on Human Rights don't view people of indigenous ancestry as human. They consider us specifically people of African ancestry, because that's what they refer to. The Black person is subhuman. But I would say this is something they consider and view all people of indigenous ancestry, all people who continue to be rooted in the land, in the natural way and the natural balance of things. I'm very grateful to Kanahos, my sister, for bringing forth the issue of the name. We think this system is a big bad system because we have these big names and these big logos and these big flags. But at the end of the day, there are people running these things. There are names, they have faces. The more we think of them as systems, the more we, and just see ourselves as people. But ultimately, people are taking all these actions. People are signing these decisions. People are taking these bribes. And so I'm really hoping that this space allows us to recognize the power of the people when we come together and hold the space. I went off on a tangent, but thank you.
Thank you so much, Dima, for those final reflections. Jackie, would you like to share as well?
Thank you. I mean, so much richness has been shared, it's hard to even add. But I also just want to add my deep, deep thanks, appreciation, and respect to all who have shared these testimonies. And as we said, to all who haven't been able to share testimonies, but who are living these same experiences or similar experiences. I also want to just extend from Black folks in the so-called United States, as kind of said, as well as of Canada, that extend this kind of heart of solidarity, of connection, of joint heritage, and of similar experience at the hands of the colonizers and the corporatocracy and the systems of oppression. I appreciate this notion of naming, and I as we were talking, I looked up Total Energies and looked up their profits and looked up their board of directors and looked up the compensation for their CEOs and so forth. And again, it just says so much about, it flies in the face of what's often kind of characterized as a broken system. And we all know that the system is doing exactly what it was intended to do, which is to extract, to oppress. to displace, to harm, and to elevate and enclose wealth and power. And so the stories are heartbreaking, and the stories are grounding, and the stories are motivating, and enraging in so many ways, and just so, as we say, heartbreaking. And so I'm honored to be able to be a part of the walk towards justice, of the march towards justice that we're all on. I'll close by saying that so often when there's such a powerful forces that we're up against, that you've all shown through kind of persevering through this, just how strong and mighty we are as a people, and what we're capable of. And if we just keep that vision of what could be, what should be, then we can make it what will be. So looking forward to linking arms with you on that. So thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody, for all of our judges, for those final reflections. Deeply appreciate all of the people and communities that have shared testimony in this session on Total, and for all of the deep listening that has happened during this last hour, 2 hours that we've been here together. Also, all of the thoughts in the chat from everybody. And I know that there were some issues in the chat, and yeah, also sorry about that. But we're going to take a break, and we will be back at 4 p.m. UTC. There is a little link that is going to be shared for all of you to be able to check what time that is where you are. But before we go, we wanted to spotlight some of the people that have come together in community watch parties in different places. So just so that we can get a sense of what's happening in Port Harcourt, in Calabar, in London, in Guinea, in Cameroon. So I don't know if it's possible, but you know, it will be nice if we can see some of the community watch parties that have been listening to the tribunal so far. Maybe we can wave at them hello. And yeah, as we continue to find the right, you know, kind of like computers to spotlight, I also wanted to invite you all to take this break that we're going to have to move, to hydrate, to take some time outside. Also, as a reminder about our care, accessibility, and disability justice, the realities of the stories that we are listening to are visceral, they're tangible, they're material, and they impact our bodies. So we really encourage everyone to speak to one another if you are in a community watch party, and to check in with others if you can. We heard really powerful stories during these last couple of hours. Also, we wanted to apologize, as I said before, for any oppressive and harmful language that was used in the chat, and thanks everybody for bearing with us as we responded to the different things that we tried during the space of the tribunal. And I think that's most that we wanted to share with you. There's another community watch party that is being spotlighted there. Hello, it's very nice to have you here. Thank you. So again, like, we also invite you to share reflections in the chat, anything that has come to you during this first session, please do. We're gonna leave this link open so you can share comments or questions in the chat. And for hello everybody, it's really nice to have you present. And for those of you participating through community watch parties, we invite you to also take this time to reflect collectively, if you can, just sharing how what you've heard so far and how you felt about the things that that you've heard. More community watch parties are coming, so that's very, very nice. Hello from all of us. And finally, I would like to just take a moment to appreciate all of the people that are giving their time, their energy to making the tribunal possible. There are lots of people looking after us and the space, so just wanted to just give a big appreciation to all of you. And thanks to the movement comrades that have enabled us to be here by bringing the tribunal together. That's the Guerrilla Foundation, the Wretched of the Earth platform, and Greenpeace. Thank you so much for your support. And I think we're now going to take a break. As I said, we're going to be back here at 4 p.m. UTC. Same link, same place. I hope that you all have a very nice break. Thank you so much.
Bonjour, bonsoir à toutes et à tous.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the People's Health hearing. For those that were here this morning, earlier today, welcome. And welcome for the first time to everybody who is just joining us now this afternoon.
Nous nous excusons.
Sorry.
Je crois que l'interprétation ne fonctionnait pas.
I think there's a problem with the interpreting.
Alors je recommence.
So I'm going to start again. Welcome back to the People's Health hearing. To those of you who joined us in the first session,
Le troisième tentative, ça va aller?
third attempt.
On essaie encore.
So let's try again.
Bienvenue de nouveau au Tribunal populaire pour la
Welcome
santé.
back to the People's Health Tribunal. For those of you who were here this morning, and welcome to the first time to all of those of you who are joining us for the first time this afternoon. My name is Baj. I'm a member of the People's Health Movement, and I'm in a land that you perhaps know by the name of Canada. It's a real honor to be able to facilitate this second session of the tribunal today. In the first session, we heard from communities that have been resisting or fighting against crude oil in East Africa, known by its ECOP acronym in English. For this second session, we will hear from communities of the Niger Delta in West and South Africa who are fighting against the transnational company Shell, the multinational. I'm going to start by highlighting details about languages and technology, well-being, accessibility, justice, and information for disabled people joining us today. The tribunal is taking place in 6 languages: English, Arabic, Spanish, French, Portuguese, and Swahili. You can access the language that you want to listen to by clicking on the interpreting globe at the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you're on your telephone, you'll find this action on the 3 dots on your screen. We'll ask you to join the language channel that you should be listening to, because all of you should be listening to the language that you understand, as this is a multi-linguistic meeting. If you're having technical difficulties hearing the interpreting, please get hold of Clara, who will help you with this. We would like to thank our brilliant team of interpreters for all of the energy and care they've put into this tribunal and bringing linguistic justice, which affects the rights of everybody being able to express themselves in the language they feel most comfortable in, so that they can understand and be understood. So we can create multilingual spaces for everybody. Linguistic justice is important in a cultural organization, and it's a good way of ensuring cultural organizing, self-determination, racial justice, and organizing across lines of language. Today, we are able to work with different languages, but we want to recognize and honor the other languages that could be present in this space, including lost ancestral languages due to colonization or forced migration. At this stage, we would also like to remind everybody speaking today that there are some things that you can do to make things easier for the interpreters. Please slow down, speak up, use headphones with a microphone so that your sound is as clear as possible without any background noise, and pronounce the names of people, locations, or numbers slowly, because our interpreters might not be familiar with them. You can use the chat function as well if you'd like to ask any questions or share any comments during the tribunal. But when people are giving their testimonials, we will deactivate the chat so that people can concentrate on the testimonial. If you're having technical problems, please send a message with the word tech. We have created a care guide for accessibility and justice for people living with disabilities that you can access using the link in our chat. This shows the principles and values in our People's Health Tribunal organization, and it reflects the way we want to care for everybody and the solidarity we want to foster. We are all on our own paths, and we need to be compassionate and show empathy and patience, and we need to be committed to this. However, any abusive messages that aren't welcome in this space will not be tolerated. We would like you to ask questions and to share your comments in the chat. People giving their testimonials have had direct experience of oppression and suffering. The reality of the experiences is visceral, tangible, material, and impacts our bodies. So please take care of yourselves. Take your time to hydrate, move your body, opt out, and rest when you need to. We would like to thank Healing Justed, Voices That Shake, and the principle of justice for people living with disabilities, and the Coalition for Climate Justice, as well as other people who have contributed to this tribunal. If you want to speak during the tribunal, please send a message or with the word care in the chat. You can reach out to our care and repair team, through the chat function. This is our second session of the tribunal. Erica will open in Spanish, so please join the channel for the language that you would like to listen to. Thank you, Erica.
Hi, can you hear me? Perdón, ¿me escuchan?
Do you hear me?
Entonces, quería...
So, I wanted to...
tengo que ponerme la plataforma, ya.
I have to open the platform, okay. So I wanted to ask for your forgiveness. I said I wasn't going to read, but during the break, I found out that yesterday that a friend of mine was kidnapped. He's a lawyer and he brings forward cases of femicide. I'm going to read, okay? I want you to know that we are with you in the violence, the brutal violence that you're living through right now, but we're also experiencing this violence here in Ecuador. So I'm sorry that I'm not being so fluent. I'll read. With the global temperatures rising, with the daily violence that's surrounding us every day in our country of Ecuador, because of extractivism and narco trafficking, which is another kind of extractivism, we have a hope that this is a question of life or death for our spirits. There are huge challenges, but this is a battle to not lose hope. And we have the energy of thousands of youths that show the resistance of our brothers and sisters in Africa, who bring forward their word. They try to weave together solidarity across thousands of kilometers of distance. Many people affected by atrocious extractivism, but they testify that other world is possible. It doesn't have to be the apocalypse. We can have another kind of life. We don't have to always be living in high alert that we're going to be the subject of violence. That's why today we have Palo Santo, and we're echoing the words of that we are echoing the words of midwives in the north of Ecuador. They say, Father, we have fire, because we are fire. We have water because we are also not more or less than water. Pachamama, we're not more or less than the land. And Watik, we're not more or less because we ourselves are wind. I hope that our words weave together networks of solidarity, because we're working to navigate through these difficult, hard, violent times, that the words of the people who are bringing their testimony from Africa be a source of life, so that the violence is not repeated, so that life is our guide. Thank you so much, Erica.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much. My name is Ken Henshaw, and I am from the Niger Delta. And I will introduce this session on the role of the multinational oil company Shell with a story and a series of communications around the Niger Delta. You probably have heard about the Niger Delta as that place where oil has been extracted from nonstop for the last 65 years. But what you may not have heard is just how much that region has been devastated. So I'll tell you a bit about it. We are in the Niger Delta, over 40 million people living on the coast of the Atlantic Ocean. Our region is also one of the most fragile and sensitive ecosystems in the entire world. Adverse activity in one place immediately results in impacts across the entire ecosystem. It is also enormously bestowed with one of the richest and most robust biodiversity on Earth. The ability of the region's ecosystem to support an assortment of flora and fauna species makes its continued survival critical to the survival of the people of the Niger Delta region. Over 40 ethnic nationalities speaking hundreds of languages call this region home. For generations, we have lived here and established distinctness through our rich cultural heritage and our practices. We have created bonds of friendship, kinship, and brotherhood. We have lived in harmony with nature and with our rich ecosystem. We farmed, we fished, crafted, and traded. We produced for ourselves in resilient communities where there were no beggars or destitute. When the first Europeans arrived at our homestead in the 15th century, they were welcomed by organized, productive, and progressive kingdoms that were indeed at par with the rest of the world. When Europe arrived at our homestead, one after the other, vibrant and progressive Niger Delta kingdoms were attacked and broken. Indigenous businesses and sources of wealth were brutally crushed and replaced with European dominance of all trade, of all taxes, and of all resources. The Royal Niger Company was established and awarded a British royal charter over our people, our lands, and our rivers. Indigenous manufacturing was banned, and our people were forced to depend only on European finished products. The Niger Delta became just one other feather in the royal British crown. By the early 1900s, the colonial machinery had already turned its attention on the exploration of crude oil in the Niger Delta. In 1938, without consultation with our people or concern over our environment, a company called Shell, the Acre, which is today's Shell, was granted leave by the colonial authorities to probe our creeks, our farmlands, our rivers, everywhere in search of crude oil. By 1956, they found crude oil. By 1958, Nigeria became a big exporter of crude oil to the rest of the world. This was the start of an unprecedented penetration of every nook and cranny of our homeland. Enticed by the abundance of crude oil, many other European companies found their way into the Niger Delta, probing our lands, our creeks, our swamps, everywhere, looking for the black gold. Today, the Niger Delta is one vast oil field with thousands of oil installations scattered everywhere, including gas flare furnaces. Indeed, our home today is an ecological time bomb, and it's also one of the most polluted places in the world. Supported by their illicit wedlock with the Nigerian state, Shell, leading the pack of oil companies, have embarked on large-scale destruction of the environment of the Niger Delta. In all stages of their operations, they have caused immeasurable damage and harm to our people, with unrestrained destruction of the natural environment and the livelihoods of our people. Forests and community farmlands are destroyed. Creeks and community fish ponds are polluted by oil, while the air and rainwater are contaminated with the dangerous flaring of gas. Flare gas is known to cause our people various illnesses, including heart diseases, distortions of the epidermis, lung complications, and other diseases of the respiratory system. Dear comrades, for decades, our people have suffered ecological and economic warfare by Shell and its partners. Efforts to question the relations of production, efforts to question the sharing formula, efforts to question the degradation of our environment and the poverty of our people have always led to conflict and to death. Today, at this tribunal, you will hear the testimony of people from Umuechem community, where Shell committed an atrocity that led to a massive massacre of over 100 people for the sake of protecting and promoting oil exploitation. I'm sure that you have heard the story of Yogonis, who also in the 1990s demanded a better deal from the Nigerian state and from the oil companies. That community was attacked viciously. Hundreds of people were killed. Several more were sent into exile and properties were destroyed. Up till today, there are still many Ogonis who live in exile, too traumatized to come home. Today, you will hear stories like that. But we're also worried that despite the fact that this region has suffered so much from oil extraction, it still suffers double jeopardy. The impacts of climate change have come to this region and they have come to stay. Since 2012, our communities living in the coastal plains of the Atlantic Ocean have been exposed to floods that have inundated their farmlands, destroyed their crop farming systems, destroyed their homes, and sent them into destitution and poverty. That fact has compounded the problems that this region suffers. It is particularly ironic that most of these communities who suffer the impacts of flooding are also the ones where crude oil is mostly extracted from. It is an irony. It's also double jeopardy. Distinguished comrades, after 65 years of destroying our environment, polluting, poisoning, and killing our people, the major oil companies that have done this crime to our people are all divesting. They are packing up and they are leaving. Shell, ExxonMobil, and Total have all announced plans to sell their assets in the region and simply leave. But for the Niger Delta communities, Shell's plan to simply make a clean break and run away is an opportunity for them to escape ecological justice for their years of atrocities, their years of poisoning our people, their years of destroying our environment, and their years of killing our livelihood sources. For us, what Shell is doing is not divestment, it is criminal flight. Today, at this tribunal, you will hear testimonies of deaths, you will hear testimonies of floods, you will hear testimonies of sicknesses, of poisoning, of repression, of poverty, and of destitution. You will listen to real indigenous people of the Niger Delta tell their stories of woes. As you listen, also remember that the company most complicit in these atrocities, Shell, made $40 billion in 2022 alone. In the first quarter of this year, Shell has already made nearly $10 billion. As we drown in floods, as we get sick, and as we die, these companies make more and more profits. The people of the Niger Delta do not come to this tribunal to be pitied. We don't want your pity. We do not come here for charity. We don't want your charity. The people of the Niger Delta come to this tribunal for justice. Ours is a demand for justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you very much. I just wanted to let everybody know that we just heard Ken Henshaw from We the People give his opening speech to this second part of the tribunal, where we examine the legacy that Shell has left in communities across Africa. Thank you, Ken, for your opening speech.
Asante Ken kwa ufunguzi wako.
Our first testimony will be a video testimony, a series of 3 short videos from Nontle Mutuma, who will be sharing their story of resistance against Shell from South Africa's Wild Coast. Nontle, unfortunately, was unable to be with us at this very moment, although has been with us for most of the day. And so we will be sharing a video that was recorded earlier with their testimony.
My name is Nontle. I'm the spokesperson of Amadiba Crisis Committee here in South Africa. Amatiba Crisis Committee is working on the coastal communities and fighting against the extractivism. When Shell decided to come to our community, we just see that it was quite a big threat for our food and the health as people that were living here, because the plan for Shell was to blast the ocean. And the ocean, there's life there, there's fishes there. When Shell blast, we know that many fishes will die. And also when they start to drill, there will be quite a lot of oil spill in the ocean. It means that the life is completely dead. That is why we said that Shell is not allowed to take place in our Wild Coast ocean. Yeah, it was not an easy thing, but what we've done, we organize ourselves, all the coastal communities, to make sure that our voices are being heard, and to make sure that we are not only mobilizing the coastal communities, also the South Africa as a whole, because this is a threat to our food security, as we are facing with the climate crisis right now. We have already experienced the climate effects to our communities, the changing of season, where we don't know when is the summer anymore, the huge floods, where we've been affected, and also the thunderstorm, everything is turned upside down. Now, we cannot allow something that we know that is going to contribute to the climate crisis that we are already experiencing. That is why we said to Shell, what they are bringing here is not a development, but it's a destruction to environment, because as human beings, we are part of environment. If we continue to destroy environment, we're destroying our lives, because all of us, at the end of the day, we need food. But if there's no food, it means there's no health. Healthy mind in a healthy body. Now, we really need people that must be sustaining themselves. But if we allowing Shell, because activities of Shell is not only going to be ended up in the ocean, also it will be used on the ground, where our livelihood, where our agriculture, there will be a lot of spill of oil. There is one more thing that I forget, which is our spiritual and cultural rights, that mostly the transnational corporations, when they come to do so-called development, they always undermine or ignore. Because when Shell also, they come to our Wild Coast, they did not even consider that as people of Wild Coast, we do have rights. That is why they just go and try to do the blasting without consulting the communities. And when we talk about consultation, we are not just talking about consultation. Consultation alone is not enough. We're talking about to give a consent, because this is going to affect us, not anybody else. That is why every company must respect and recognize that we existing as communities, because mostly indigenous communities, the way we live, the way we do things, we are always doing in environmental friendly, because we respect the nature. But most of the time, transnational corporations, they think the way we do, it's poor. The poor is not the poor, but it's rich, because we serve the earth. We save everybody the way we live. But for them, the way they do so-called development, it destroys the world. It destroys everybody's lives. Right now, the global warming that we are facing, it's a global issue. It's affecting everybody. That is why when Shell, when they said that they've consulted the traditional leaders, but in our case, communities have a right to decide what is good for them, and they have a right to say no, and they have a right to choose what is good for the communities, if this development is for the communities, because we know our cultures, we know our spiritual rights. No, not anybody else. And that need to be respected. And that need to be recognized by the transnational corporations when they come. Those are the demands that we always put in place, that they must respect the laws of other countries, because when they come, they just do as they please. But we understand that the pressure, because they want to make profit, they don't have time to understand how people they live here, how the impact of their development is going to affect. When Shell come to our wild coast, they just ignore that we have spiritual rights, which is cultural right, that must be respected before you do any activities. And for us, the ocean is not just an ocean, it's one of the sacred place. That is why it's very important for any activities that is going to take place in the ocean, we must be consulted. And not just a consultation, we're talking about a meaningful consultation where we're going to give a free prior informed consent, because we have a right to choose and we have a right to determine what kind of life that we want to live.
That was video testimony from Nontle Butuma in the wild coast of South Africa, where they have been resisting Shell for a long time. Perhaps the judges, we're very sorry Nontle is not able to be here for the judges to be able to interact with them directly, but perhaps that's some food for thought for the judges to reflect upon for a reflection session at the end of the testimonies. From South Africa, we're now going to move towards the Niger Delta. And we're going to start listening to some testimonies from that region. I'd like to remind the testimony givers, for the sake of translation and interpretation and being understood in the 5 other languages, to please speak slowly, speak loudly, and if you are using names or numbers, to pronounce them very slowly so the interpreters can catch them. Our first testimony from the Niger Delta is coming from Henry Eferebo. Henry, please, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Henry Eferebo. I come from a community called Obele in the Niger Delta. Obele, as one of the community that is well endowed with a lot of natural resources, before Shell arrived Obele, Obele was a fertile land. A land where everybody, 900% of the indigenous of Obele were farmers. They were fishermen. They were hunters. And this trade, this asset we had, was taking care of the families in the Niger Delta until Shell arrived. And Shell arrived and started operating in Obele in 1963. Not until before that time, this occupation we had was sustaining the people and was taking care of the families. In 1963, when Shell came, and I was born 80s, and so it was more than 2 decades before I was born, Shell was already existing in Obele. And we saw that the things we had that was sustaining the people were no longer there, especially in 1998, when there was a gas fire that came as a result of the failure of Shell equipment in one of the oil wells in the community, which is well 4. And there was an escape of gas from underground that resulted in burning down of the forest, which is an asset to the community. Because the community had forest as an asset because we had hunters who survived by hunting in the forest. Our economic trees, which we also had, were also burnt down. The cash crops, everything we had, the ponds where we go to fish, were also damaged and destroyed. So the community had nothing. It was worse because Shell fenced up that piece of land and prevented us access to farming. As a community that had land as an asset, how could you farm when land was the biggest asset we had, where family depends to farming, and they could no longer farm? So this became a challenge. Up to this moment, we had no access to land to farm, and that has also been a problem to the community. This gas issue I just talked about also became so bad because Shell, in the bid to stop the gas fire, was able to inject chemicals into the well to kill the well. And that also has affected our underground water. As we speak, both the post-impact assessment of the gas fire and that of the water, Shell has refused to publish it. We have made several demands to get that document. Shell has refused to do that. And as we speak now, hunger, hardship has been the order of the day because they see flare gas in the community. A lot of new sicknesses that were not here before Shell arrived, like kidney failure, heart diseases, respiratory problems, and blindness, became so intense that it is so common in the community that every now and then people die out of these sicknesses. We have never experienced it before now. This is also the story of the Niger Delta. It's not just peculiar to Obele alone. And in the Obele and other Niger Delta communities, there are pipelines that are crisscrossed across the Niger Delta. We have over 9,000 kilometers of pipelines across the Niger Delta. Wherever those pipelines are crossed, the community are prevented from making use of the land because that land, which is also an asset to the community, is gone forever. And those environments were also highly polluted. So in Niger Delta, we have more of water and still land. And since the land has been taken over by Shell, some have been polluted by hydrocarbon, by oil spill, then where would the Niger Delta get the land for farming? So that has also resulted in a lot of hunger in the community. And so many of the youths whose parents could no longer survive field because of the asset, the availability of land for farming, no more water, good water for fishing because the fishes has all disappeared. These youth are not deviant because some of them now are becoming willing tools in the hand of the oil companies, the corporations, who now use them against their brothers to instigate crisis, to ensure that the communities are not together so that they will continue to extract good oil while the community keep fighting over themselves. This has been a tradition. This tradition automatically did not do anything than to result to hunger in the Niger Delta. If you come to Niger Delta to see, what we see in the Niger Delta is hunger, poverty, hardship. People are no more comfortable in the Niger Delta. In a community called Aminipoko in the Niger Delta, they have serious issues. Shell has refused to engage the community in their ongoing projects. And the community has severally demanded. What Shell has done is to instigate crisis. The community leaders have gone in exile. A lot of other people have taken over. They did not just do that. They also created a path, which has resulted in community having massive flooding because the community is a fishing community very close to the sea. And all the community farms are now run over by flood. And so hunger is the issue. This has also led to the community youth or women having a protest. And that protest up to now, Shell has refused to engage the community. And it is so bad that even the communities where lumbering activity before now, we are striving because some of the survive by lumbering activity. The crude oil spill has also killed the mangroves and no longer nowhere to do lumbering activity anymore. So hunger has intensified in the Niger Delta. Everybody is looking for a way to survive, and the company keeps making huge profits at the detriment of the community. As I speak to you, we do not see ourselves as opposed to Shell. We see our community as a conquered community, a community where Shell and the corporation has taken advantage. Their interest is how to make profit against the community survival. We could no longer drink our water, which we survive, the rainwater, which community depends in their, as a source of their water or the well water, because both the air, the soil, the land, everywhere is highly polluted. So we depend, we can even buy water in the Niger Delta that is a place surrounded by water. We buy water, fish, which ordinarily we fish, we no longer fish because we now depend on imported fish to survive. Even the fish you try to see are highly polluted. Some people even force themselves to eat it, and that's why you see cancer you see kidney failure and other illnesses that are complex coming up every day in the Niger Delta. In my community and other Niger Delta communities, we bury as much as 10 people weekly. How long should we continue to bury our loved ones because of a particular interest of a group of people? How long will the Niger Delta continue to live this way? It is enough. All we're asking that things must change. The Niger Delta environment must be clean like other areas in the world, so that we will also live like you people live over there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Henry. I'd like to maybe invite the judges now to maybe ask Henry any questions you might have from his testimony. Dima, do you have a question?
I have a few. I'm just trying to gather my thoughts with the very moving testimony. So I want to say thank you first and foremost for sharing the space. The really striking thing for me, or what the biggest reflection is, we know this is old, this is not new, but hearing this brother say that when it started, and it started two decades before he was born, it just put things into a very real perspective. And I'm curious to what extent the government, like we've heard of how Shell and the companies are refusing to engage and refusing to heed the demands, the rightful demands of the people. But I'm curious as to where, if you can shed some light onto the role of the government has played in this situation. Have they facilitated? If you're saying it's two decades before you yourself are born, yeah, some light onto the role they have played so far, and I really appreciate it, and solidarity and strength. Thank you.
Henry, I don't know if you'd like to respond to that question.
Sijui kama ungependa kupena majibu kwa hiyo swali.
Well, the Nigerian government has not played much role because we have very weak institutions in the country. And the companies and Nigerian government are in partnership with the oil of
ya Nigeria,
and so if there is any liability that is created, both the Nigerian government and the corporation bears that liability. Because of this singular act, the
wako pamoja
works together against the interests of the Niger Delta community.
Serikali ya Nigeria na hii kampuni wako pamoja na wanahadhiri.
The system is so corrupt that the multinationals even buy those in charge of regulating oil activities in the Niger Delta. They buy them over. And so that has been the challenge of the communities of the Niger Delta. We have been shouting and raising this concern every now and then. Nothing seems to happen.
Thank you, Henry. I don't know if the other judges have any particular questions for Henry.
Yeah, I have questions. We're facing the same issues along the coast, and you've been facing this for much longer, but right now, these super tankers are just being introduced into the Pacific Northwest. Indigenous fishermen depend on this. So that's, looking at the type of economies that you talked about, the indigenous economies, the fishermen, the farmer, the hunters, is so crucial to
kuangalia kazi ya watu ambao wanategemea kuvuna,
and that there's no access to continue this.
Hakuna
is what's really heart-wrenching to hear as an indigenous person, and the hunger is really important and crucial to continue to say about your people and the suffering that you're faced behind, big oil. But I want to, just even exemplify again what you said, when you have people that are buried, you're burying 10 people a week. That's very important for the world to know, that the impacts that big oil has on the everyday health and lives of the people. And my heart again goes out to all of our land defenders and freedom fighters around the world that are standing up to big oil. And thank you for your words. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jackie?
Thank you. I have, well, yeah, I mean, it just, as you say, we already know these things are happening in our communities. We're seeing so much of this, but this is really so extreme. And at the same time, every time I hear it firsthand, it just breaks my heart all over again. So thank you so much for sharing.
Inaniumiza roho.
Just have two questions, and
Niko na maswali
two-part
mbili.
question. One is, I mean, so obviously you're a part of this conversation, so you're connected with other folks who are in similar struggle.
Najua umefurahia hii maongezi kwa sababu uko na hizi jamii kwa mawasiliano.
A massive mobilization across local and efforts to kind of push together against the atrocities of Shell. And relatedly, you know, as a person of faith myself, so this is, but we know that I just wonder about either nationally or otherwise, you've heard where faith groups have really called out the immorality and the extreme immorality of what's happening in a way that, yeah, just really kind of just calling this out, because in some ways kind of can actually shift hearts in a way that can be compelled, that I've seen be compelled. I'm just wondering those two questions.
Thank you, Jackie.
Asante sana Jackie. Andiko na jibu yoyote? There was a lot of interjections.
Yes, we're just hearing that the sound quality wasn't great. Jackie, would you mind repeating the questions?
Please, can you repeat the questions?
Yeah, the interpretation didn't go through.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, okay, I'll just make it short. So I was just wondering about the extent to which you're working with other nations to all together to push against Shell and their horrible atrocities. And I also was wondering about the extent to which there has been a cry of injustice from faith leadership around this. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, we have been working closely with other partners and other nations who've actually cried to other countries, especially the country where Shell headquarters
tukifanya kazi na nchi zingine ambazo zimekuwa na shida na kampuni ya Shell.
OECD guidelines. We've
Tumekuwa
also
tunajaribu
Shell
kutumia
investors several times. We've also find time to engage the media. We've done all we could to ensure that they put pressure on Shell to behave. But unfortunately, all our efforts have not yielded more results. And that is why we are also trying to testify before this tribunal to also ensure that you also add your pressure so that the right things should be done. It is even that bad that Nigerian government, at 2-3 years ago, we had issues with pollution in the sea, in Bonny Sea, where a lot of fishes were dead. Nigerian government commissioned a consultant to find out the cause of why fishes were dead in the sea. Up to this moment, the reports have not been published. So the communities have always been raising the alarm. Government is aware, the corporations are aware, but there is no deliberate actions of government to ensure that things are done. We've written to the Nigerian government, raising these concerns to them, but their interest is how to make money against the blood of the Niger Delta. That has been our problem.
Henry, would you like to answer the second question Jackie posed about whether there Are any faith groups that have spoken out against Shell, any religious leaders?
Yeah. I don't get the question clearly.
Are there any other groups, such as religious leaders or faith groups, that have spoken out against Shell?
Yeah. There are a few religious groups that have done that, but you understand that the system is so militarized that if you go to a public places, just like it is we are at the point of death, so we no longer afraid to die. So many religious groups, when you go and begin to canvass, they will think you are instigating the public. But actually, there are few faith organizations that have raised concern. There are a lot of NGOs, local NGOs, all of us who are synergizing, including with these people and other organizations, who are trying our best to see how we could synergize together to ensure that we'll continue to speak on these issues. And so that has been the way. There are organizations, both locally and internationally, that have also come to give us support. And so the discussion is ongoing. There are a lot of organizations that are working on the matter.
Thank you very much, Henry. I really, really valued the testimony Henry has shared with us and his responses to the questions from the judges. If there are no other questions from the judges, no. Henry, is there anything else you'd like to add before we move on to the next testimony? Is there anything else you'd like to add, Henry?
What I want to add is that we need the cooperation of these organizations to also give us that moral support, that influence that we need to put pressure on Shell so that we will actually get justice. The justice wherein the Niger Delta environment will be audited, the people's health status will also be audited, and if there are compensation that will be paid to the people of the Niger Delta, it should be paid, and our land should also get adequate time and remediation should be done to the land, such that anybody, anywhere, would want to visit the Niger Delta and feel safe to drink our water and feel safe to breathe our air. It is not good that all the time, when you come to the Niger Delta, we look for sachet water, which are not even pure, we call it pure water to drink. When other people travel in other parts of the world, they drink from the tap and they drink and they are comfortable, but you cannot do that in Niger Delta. So we're looking for that environment where everybody, no matter the color, will visit and feel comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Henry. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I'd now like to, after that testimony, I'd like us to move to our third testimony of today, also coming from the Niger Delta. It'll be coming from Principal Chikapobi Chukwuri. But before we start with the testimony, Principal has asked that we share a small video, a short video with the judges. We'll start doing that now.
And those class surprise is very yeah. You can be surprised. I'm going to put it on over. Yeah, they come with them. So whatever is not being is the name do my own concern. You know what's supposed to because when we are the way everything. And when anybody know alliance, any business in the car, so we can have government person. They might need a man in ID. Papa, my bill here. And then get no mabia. And then get one to put one over. Mabia, my mamun get government. Over like. Or yeah, my money, my yard.
No. Even I'm before communicate to me. Overwork like I didn't make my job. Overwork like baro. Mabia, get that. Overwork like so whatever you are doing there, wait.
Are you done with the sample? Is that one enough?
No, take more.
Take more, take more. See,
What to do is to
don't.
I can't even use my meter on this. You brief me at the end of the day. I can't even use my meter on this.
We would have taken more bottles, so because we don't have, we don't know the next challenge that we may have.
The man didn't even understand what we're doing.
Take more samples.
No, it's okay.
You don't understand what I'm saying. Take more samples.
Thank you for that. Principal, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is important that I make some little explanation about the video you just watched. That is right in my father's compound, where we have to take some samples from our borehole, our well water, our source of livelihood. And on that day, we have to take those samples from that well. And all that you can see, it's crude oil, a hydrocarbon that is coming from that well. Before this time, my home was a place that can only be likened to new heaven. And it is as a result of the environment, how peaceful and how we enjoyed our home that made my dad to name our family home the New Heaven Avenue. But you can see today, the New Heaven Avenue have turned into New Hell Avenue, where sicknesses, where diseases, where a lot of dangerous pollution has taken place. Before this time, we lived here peacefully. But however, in 2016, January 15 precisely, as our routine is to get water from the well to carry out our domestic activity, we discovered a black substance, which on clear observations indicated that these are hydrocarbons. These are crude oil. And based on our observation, we had no other choice than to write to Shell, who has facilities within our environment. Shell has a manifold and a pipeline running about 100 kilometers away from our residential area. And on contact with Shell in 2016 proved abortive. Shell turned down our letters. Shell refused to engage my family. Only but in 2018 for them to arrive in my home and invaded our premises, drilling a lot of holes that you have seen. They said they are doing inspection, and that is all that they told us. What are you doing to date? We don't know. We have just witnessed them come into our place with military men, and we don't have a choice. We have been harassed, and these Shell personnel, as they come into our community, they come with their various gadgets, their protective materials, face masks. They come with their boots, their safety boots, and all that. And you can even see inscriptions in our home where they said hazardous substance, no entry, no PPE, no entry. However, in this same environment that Shell have identified to be hazardous, Shell have identified that it is not safe, Shell have identified that it's inflammable materials going on in that place, Shell have allowed my parents to live in this environment. And in this same environment, my parents are using firewood to cook. Now imagine where they are cooking and there is flammable materials. What do you think will happen? This has led to untamed hardship on my people. This has led to several degrees of hypertensive conditions. My parents are now hypertensive. My mom suffered from what we call the epilepsy, where blood were gushing out from her nose. My dad is currently was sick, and currently my dad is late. My dad passed on the 7th of May 2003 after suffering from 2023, after suffering from several disease conditions, which the doctors identified as cardio arrest. He also suffered from degrees of kidney failures and all that. This and many more illnesses that my people have suffered. I lost my younger sister and her child who visited within that period to these hydrocarbons. Tests have shown that the substances that are in my father's compound, the substances that is found in the well are hydrocarbons. And these have a tendency of causing cancers to our livelihood. All right. Let me also not fail to inform you that we have engaged Shell in several forums, writing letters, but these letters that we wrote to Shell have not yielded any fruits. It has not yielded any benefits, as Shell has not responded to any of them. Shell has failed, and we have to write to the Federal Ministry of Health, the honorable ministers at different occasions, who mandated the DPR department to come for joint investigation. But such report of that joint investigation has not been made known to us to date. The water that they supposedly said they drink for us to drink, this water we requested for sample, we requested for analysis of this water. They have not given us any of that. So we have to take the challenge by going around with other NGOs who have assisted us, like Henry Efrebo, who spoke with you people a few minutes ago, and we have to carry out some test analysis. The test analysis that was done and conducted showed that heavy hydrocarbons, the presence of benzene, you know, benzene and toluenes are all cancer-related substances. We also have to lay hand on a document which spilled from Shell personnel, and this document showed that various tests have been done from 2015 till 2017. This report was actually done in 2021, and that report showed heavy presence of hydrocarbons in over 69 wells that was tested around my vicinity. And this is what we are facing till date. My younger ones are actually suffering from different levels of skin irritation, heartburns. They are suffering from eye irritations and other illnesses that I cannot enlist here all over at this point in time. This is the little that we have faced, and this is why I have come here to testify that Shell has ignored us, Shell has harassed us, Shell have also abandoned us without having any form of regard to our health and our livelihood. It is also important for you to note that Shell actually claimed that this oil spill was a sabotage in 2015. However, a report from their website indicated that in 2016, that this wasn't a sabotage, rather it was a corrosion from an 8-inch header pipe in their manifold. which they also admitted in the document therein, which we also picked up. So it is not a case of sabotage, it is a case of equipment failure by Shell.
Thank you, Princewell. Thank you for sharing your testimony with us. That was brave and beautiful testimony. I'm going to ask the judges maybe to come on camera now, and perhaps they have questions for you that you'd be willing to answer. Judges?
Brother, I honor and hold you and your family in light, and I honor your father's transition and joining the ancestral realm. I have so many questions, and your testimony has hit on multiple levels. I don't even know where to begin. So I'm going to yield it back to you, and I'm going to ask you, what questions do we need to be asking? What questions do the people need to be asking? Do the rest of your kin, your family around the world need to be asking? I'm African, I'm from Sudan. Sudan is being ripped to shreds. There are people in Africa who don't know what's happening, and there are people in the world. So I always have questions for them. I always tell them to ask more questions. What questions do we need to be asking, Brother Princewell, please?
Is to find a lasting solution to these environmental issues that has faced my family, to ensure that adequate cleanup is done and remediation is actually carried out to restore the environment to what it used to be, to hold Shell accountable for their actions and damage that took, and also make them to take responsibility to clean up the mess they have created, to guarantee the safety of our lives, because as I'm talking to you, our lives is being threatened, but I'm not afraid to speak up because I know that the world is hearing me, and whatever happens to me and my family, Shell should be held responsible to enable us to breathe well in our compound, because the tests that was done, the air quality that was done indicated that there are VOCs, volatile gases within the environment, and constantly we are inhaling this. But when Shell comes into our compound, they go about with their PPE, covering their nose, having their face masks on. But however, they left my family to inhale all these substances. I want the world, I want justice for my father's death. I want justice for my younger sister's death. I want justice for my cousin's death. Outside this, I also want Shell to pay compensation to the family of Uchechukwu Chukure, who has suffered these devastating conditions since 2016 to date.
Thank you for your response, Principal. Do the other judges have any questions?
Yes, I have questions. Kanahus Manuel from Secwepemc Nation in so-called British Columbia, Canada, really touched me, you know, just hearing about your passing of your father and your mother, and that your mother still is impacted by these health impacts because of Shell, that Shell is there covered from head to toe in protective gear, yet your family has to live there using wood fire to cook for basic necessities. And just the fact that you have to live with the thought that anything could happen to your remaining family members at any time, and that we as the people and the people on the ground there have the right to say no to these projects, yet are being ignored. Letters are not being responded to. And how do we as other Indigenous peoples from across the globe and first world countries like myself, contribute to the solidarity, and how do we help from afar? Just to give you a background, I was named in a Shell injunction in BC, Canada, from Red Chris Mine, it was a mine injunction into the sacred headwaters, where Shell was actually going in the Tahltan Indigenous people, and they were successful in stopping it. But like we heard before, it's not really divestment, it's actually just they're selling it out to other companies. And we as the people globally have the power to call for sanctions. We have the ability to stop using oil and gas for one day, to show the economics that we have the power to shut the world infrastructure down, where we actually hold the power. And so for me, I'm asking the question is, how do I, as an Indigenous person from the other side of the globe that has power as an organizer in the country of Canada and access to influence, 1 million Indigenous peoples in Canada, how do we start to work together to have a power and unite as one?
Well, I would like first of all, I want to thank we the people, because they have given me this platform to be able to air out what have been happening in my father's compound in our community. All this why since 2016, when this happened to date, no one has heard about our cry. But they have given us this opportunity to air out. So I would like that support to continue from your own end, so that the world will be able to hear our cry and our testimonies, and give justice to our situation.
Thank you, Principal. Jackie, do you have any questions?
Sure, I think related, and thank you also, Brother Princewell, for sharing your story, for allowing us to have a window into what's happening in the community, and for connecting in the way that you have. And as you say, at risk. So all respect for that. So I wanted to ask kind of a similar question. I don't know if you saw, probably not in the chat, where Brian Pottas from the Texas Environmental Justice Advocacy Services in Houston, where Shell, has major operations, and as he stated, there's a major Nigerian population there, and throughout the United States, the so-called United States, there's many places where there are large populations of people from directly who immigrated from sub-Saharan Africa, and both those groups, and throughout the diaspora, we're trying to work on uniting people as the Global Afro-Descendant Climate Justice Collaborative, and wondering about like what you think in terms of, as you said, there's been so many things that have been tried around this, and we had talked about doing even a global, in the international court, some kind of charging a group like Shell with genocide, and really citing all of these different places where Shell is killing Black folks, Indigenous folks, and so forth. And so just wondering if you've had any of those kind of conversations, if you'd be interested in those kind of connections to try some different ways to build power and visibility around the outrage of what's happening in so many communities, including your own.
I'm very much interested in this collaboration, and I would like the Nigerians in diaspora to lend their voice to us and help us escalate this information, even up to the Shell AGMs. They should take this to them, have a protest over there, because what is going on is not just affecting my family alone. This is underground water pollution, and it is migrating from one point to the other. Nobody knows whom it's going to affect tomorrow. It can move from my family to another family, and then from my region to another region, because this has to do with underground water pollution. So I want the Nigerians in diaspora to protest, because an injury to one, they said, as injury to all. It is not just my family today, but tomorrow, because of the underground pollution, it can affect neighboring communities. It can spread around the Niger Delta. And so let no one sit aside and say it is Prince Will's family that is involved, but rather let them understand that this is going to impact all Niger Delta. It is not just the Prince Will family, it is not just the Iba community, but it's going to escalate from Iba community to other neighboring communities where this is going to impact their health and also even cause more harm than we have facing today.
Thank you so much, Principal. Thank you. Do the judges have any other questions for Principal? Principal, do you have anything you'd like to add to your testimony?
Okay, I just want you to understand that it is not I alone that is appealing, but my entire family that is appealing through this medium for you to help us get justice. We are over 25 adults living in that vicinity. And you know what it means. My dad is gone, my younger sister is gone, who next? Nobody knows. So we are asking that you assist us to get justice. That is all we require. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal, for your testimony. Thank you very, very much. I'd like to invite all of us, after sharing of those three testimonies, to maybe take 10 minutes to pause, to reflect, to take care of ourselves, to move, to eat, to drink, to take care of our body's needs, just for 10 minutes. And then we'll come back together again and hear the two remaining testimonies for the second session of the tribunal. It is 21 minutes past the hour where I am, 1:21 p.m. on the east coast of North America, of Turtle Island. It'll be 21 minutes past the hour in many other places of the world. So at 31 minutes past the hour, we will return together. Please take care of yourselves. See you in 10 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We're now going to continue with the testimony from the Niger Delta. And I'm going to invite Precious Ibiguera to step up to the microphone and give testimony.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ibiguera Precious from Irema community in Onelga, Rivers State. I'm a community woman and I am a mother. My testimony is on the story of I and my fellow community people in the Niger Delta region, because what affects my community affects other communities in the Niger Delta. My testimony is on climate change and flooding. Climate change. What is climate change? Climate change is a change in weather. Something must have prompted the change. What causes change? Is the production of fossil fuel, oil and gas by the extractive industries. The oil exploration and exploitation is a major cause of the climate change. There are different impacts of climate change, but the one I want to talk about now is the one that disturbs us, the one that breaks our hearts most in the Niger Delta region, which is flooding. as I said, what causes the flooding, as I said earlier, which is the fossil fuel and the oil production. The first flood experience we had in the Niger Delta was in the year 2012. And after that year, 2012, it became an annual thing. It's like a routine every year. The moment it hits September to November, community people are displaced. There are loss of lives. There are loss of properties. Schools are on hold, making our children to be backward from others. Because every 3 months, they have to stay in the house. Not even in their house, because at that 3 months, when everywhere is flooded, you have nowhere to stay. People are displaced. We all run healthy scatter looking for where to stay. That is how it has been continuously till 2022, when we had the greatest hit, which almost wiped us away. In 2022, it was recorded that 21 out of 36 states was hit by flood. But tell me who had the greatest hit? It was the people of the Niger Delta. Why? Because that is where oil exploration are majorly done. We had a hit in that houses were submerged with water. Roofs were covered. So you won't even see houses. Some above window levels. The roads were submerged with water. Hospitals were submerged with water. The roads, the school, everything was at a standstill. The people suffered. Community people suffered with nowhere to go. People who had a little space on the major road, they brought their mosquito nets and they built little tents along the road. That was where people stayed for. This flood was over 3 months. It lasted till December, which was almost 4 months. People stayed on the road. Family and children were in the road at their tents for almost 4 months. Those whose community was totally submerged, that had no space like that, were taken to an unprepared IDP camps. Not well kept. It was not hygienically okay. People were dumped, community people were dumped in IDP camps. No good water to drink because the whole water was polluted. No food for people to eat. No good medical attention. No government attention. People were living, we were living at the mercy of people. When they bring food, they give to us, we eat. This was IDP camps that houses over 400 people. Mothers, fathers, children, pregnant women, and nursing mothers. In that IDP camp, in that place, we use the same toilets, all of us. You see children falling ill every day because the place was not conducive. In that same premises, in that same condition, pregnant women were given birth. You can't tell pregnant women not to give birth. In that condition, they put to bed. It continued. At the IDP and the tent, it was recorded in that 2022 flood. Over 600 people lost their lives. 1.3 million people were displaced. It's a painful and a devastating situation. These were women with children. You are looking for a space for yourself. You spread wrapper. That is where your children will lie. You and your children lying on the floor. Some children fell sick with pneumonia because of cold. And at the end, there was no medical attention. There was no government intervention. Government, people they just dumped us there and they left us to suffer. These are people whose major source of livelihood are fishing and farming. Our crops were destroyed by the flood. And the most painful part was that most of us take loan from governments to invest in these farmlands. And when we invest in this farmland, with the hope that when we harvest, we will pay back these loans. But at the end, everything got destroyed. We were not able to take anything from our farmland. We are also living in debt. Our livelihood, everything got destroyed. The flood have come and gone, but the impact are still there. As I am talking, as I'm standing here right now, poverty is in the increase. You go to the communities, there is no food. If you're able to see a meal in a day, you are lucky. Sometimes we and our children, we go to bed on empty stomachs. Hunger is on the rise. Even after the flood, every day, lives are lost because of hunger and starvation. Now, we are in this, yes. We are sure again that in the next few months to come, flood will come back again. That is the situation we find ourselves in the land of Niger Delta, which it was not like this before the oil companies came into our land. We were living in peace. We had a lot to eat, even to sell and take care of our children. But now things are no longer the way it used to be. Our water is polluted. There is no food to take care of our children. That is what we are going through in the Niger Delta region. Thank you.
Thank you, Precious. Thank you very much. I'm going to invite the judges to join us now if they have questions.
Hello. I just want to extend my heart and my arms around you, and your words touched me so greatly as a mother. And the spiritual protection, like the other sister was talking about, I feel is really necessary in these spaces because we are facing such a big spiritual battle and protection of our Mother Earth and the last of what we have left, our natural resources and our land and everything so sacred to us, our land and our ocean. And so just in saying that, I send my voice and prayers for you, for your family and for your protection and facing off with such a big entity and enemy. My question, I have so much questions as always, and the emotional part that you shared is really the testimonial that you can never just hear through words. It's the spirit that you and the rest of us, we feel you. We don't just hear your words, we feel your emotion, and those testimonials are so very powerful. And the spiritual alliances that go along with touching each other's spirits as women go much farther than we can do just in saying we do have solidarity. It goes beyond that. It's in the spiritual realm as we believe as Indigenous people. And so I don't really have a specific question, but, you know, in all, I want to know, as a mother talking to another mother, how do we commit in our solidarity to, you know, work together to raise our children with this knowledge so we can be stronger and more powerful? How do we bring our children together? And, you know, how do we accommodate each other coming to each other's homelands even to build our knowledge and power? I know just by listening to you, but also if we had a human rights delegation that actually had all these people that are part of this judge to actually touch down in all of these indigenous communities, we also bring protection, because we bring visibility to you. So as a mother, how do we bring ourselves together to fight for our children in a way where, you know, we're going to bring our children into this struggle and teach them, you know, how do we as mothers bring our children together in this so we're not, you know, we actually elevate our children up rather than pushing them into a fight where it's just death? It's a big question, but it's a spiritual question.
That's kind of who's Precious. Do you have an answer?
We teach our children. We give them hope for a better tomorrow. We build them with the spirit of resistance and with love for one another. That is how we can bring our children together.
Thank you, my dear sister. Precious, you are precious. I really do believe our names are what we are created to do. And I do believe your name is here to remind us, and your presence here is to remind us of how precious this human experience is, and our interconnectedness, and that our holistic liberation is our interdependence. I have two questions, and I'm very grateful that you mentioned hope. This is on the mug that I was reading today. It said, hope is the anchor of the soul, and I knew I needed this grounding. You said you give the children hope, and I can't go to sleep without knowing what gives you hope. What gives you hope to keep giving these children hope? And I borrow the question from Brother Nemo earlier. What does justice look like to you as a mother experiencing what you're experiencing? What does justice look like? Because we can ask for justice from Shell, but their justice looks very different. So what does justice look like for you, Precious? Thank you.
Justice to me is seeing my community green again. Justice to me is seeing that my children no longer go to bed hungry. Justice to me is seeing and knowing that which has been causing hunger and starvation is no longer there. My land is no longer polluted. We have good water to drink. Justice to me is seeing my children growing up with no fear, without having fear of what will I drink as water? What if I drink this water and something happens to me? What if I plant this thing and it's being taken away by flood? Justice to me is seeing that my community is being restored. Justice to me is knowing that my health, we are no longer in fear of our health. Our health is in okay. That is what justice means to me.
Thank you, Precious. Jackie, I wonder if you have any questions?
Thank you so much. Yes. So once again, thank you so much for sharing, Sister Precious. Today is my brother's birthday. He would have been 57, but he passed away on September 11th of last year. And the day started with, even up until yesterday, I was dreading today and thinking about the fact that, it's our first time without him on his birthday. And then this tribunal, it really brought me to I'm still grieving, obviously, and at the same time, hearing your story, hearing all the stories, and just being grounded in this deep global purpose has centered and grounded me in a different way. And so I appreciate you for that. And I, this morning, his daughter, my niece, posted on Facebook this long story about what the day would have been like if he had still been here. And I appreciate the daughter that he raised, the daughter who got arrested at a Black Lives Matter protest a couple of years ago, the daughter who is really standing up for justice in the way that you just described. And I think, so I just want to, as we think about paving that path to justice, because we know that it is possible, and unlike the real false notion of scarcity that means that there's not enough to go around, we know that there is enough to go around. There is enough abundance that this earth provides for your community to be green, for my community to be green, and for us all to have what we need to be healthy and to not just barely survive, but to actually thrive. And I guess the question I would ask is, the proverb goes, Shell and these companies seem too big to bring down in some ways, but that proverb, when spiders unite, they can tie up a lion, is what I am reminded of. And I guess I just want to repeat a question I was even asked before about, like, what does it look like for us to stand behind and alongside you in paving that path to justice? Like, what are you calling us to do from our various places to achieve that vision of justice that you laid out so beautifully? Thank you.
Precious, do you have thoughts on that?
Shell might be great and powerful, but we can still break them down. I remember Ogoni people brought them down. We can still do the same if we are united. We can still bring them down and we can still get justice. So that is my response to the question. It all depends on if we cooperate and if we are united. If we get your cooperation, we are united, we can bring Shell down.
Thank you so much, Precious. Thank you. That was wonderful. Any last questions from the judges?
Not a question. I just want to say, not if, sister, when we are united. Because you know what? We are united and we are coming together. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Keep roaring.
I would just like to add something else for Precious. We just heard from one of the other speakers about the free prior informed consent, and we just see so much around the world how these corporations, even if they say they have free prior informed consent, or these insurance companies that are underwriting these projects say they have really high free prior informed consent, even policies now under these insurance companies. So like in our case, they don't know who to go to the free prior informed consent. They're going to the illegitimate leadership in the indigenous communities who don't represent the people in order to get this consent. And so who is there within your own traditional governance body that is there a forum or a place for people to go to, like corporations to go to get consent, and who And if any, is Shell going or the government going to get consent for these projects?
Precious, do you have an answer for that?
They don't come to the people for consent. They don't care about the community people. They are only interested in the money they are making from the community. They are not interested in getting the consent of the people. So they don't come to us for consent. That is it.
Thank you, Precious. Is there anything you'd like to add, Precious, before we move on to the next testimony?
That will be all. I don't think there is any other.
Thank you so much, Precious. Thank you.
Just one comment.
Oh,
Sorry.
right. Yes, sorry, Jackie, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
No, just a small one. Tomorrow is on Turtle Island, the so-called United/Divided States, is Mother's Day, and I just wanted to extend my love and my appreciation and deep respect for you as a mother who is a model mother to us all. So thank you so much.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Precious. Thank you very much. Thank you, judges, too. We're now going to move on to our last testimony for today. I'm going to invite Stanley Neji to come to the podium.
Kuingia katika ushuhuda wetu wa mwisho, ninamwita Stanley atuambie ushuhuda wake.
Thank you, everybody here present. I would want to pray that you people permit my action here, because the stories I'm going to talk about are very touching stories. There are events that I witnessed, and I'm going to start by telling us where I came from, how it was before Shell Diaki came into Nigeria. And I'm going to tell you how it turned to be during the incursion of Shell into my community. And I will also tell us how it is today. Shell came into my community about 7 years before I was born. I was born in 1963 in a small community called Umechem in Eche, local government area of the Niger Delta and Nigeria. Before Shell came, every average person in Eche was dreaming to come from Umechem community, because Umechem community naturally had all it takes to feed any group of persons. That was before Shell came. Shell came into Umechem in 1955 and started production, commercial production, in 1957. And before 1990, Umechem had about 75 oil wells within Umechem alone. And it will interest you to know that today, Nigerian economy is basking on the production of crude, most of which is the one they call Bonny Light. But that Bonny Light, you don't have a drop coming from Bonny Town. 90% of all the Bonny Light crude that Nigeria sells today come from Umechem community. So sometime in 1982 or 81 thereabouts, we started talking with Shell, because all through this period, throughout the advance of Shell into my community, there was nothing to show for Shell's existence. So about 82, 81, 82, we started calling on Shell to discuss about the affairs of the community, because both the Shell and the government never paid any attention to Umechem community. Throughout that period, we had no road, we had no water, we had no light. There was nothing to show for the existence of Shell in the community called Umechem. So for that, we started calling on Shell to come and show a little sign that they work in Umechem community. All through the period, each time we go to Shell, we are going to Shell about 3 or 4 times a year. But each time we go to Shell, they feed us with baskets full of lies. And that is why I stand to call Shell one of the greatest liars of all time. They will make you promises they can never dream to fulfill. I'm a living example, I will tell you. Because all through the period, I am grateful to God I was active in the affairs of Umechem community. So we were discussing, we were calling on them until 1989, when we saw that there is nothing we can do to bring the attention of Shell to do something for Umechem community. From 1957 to 1989, there was no single tap water running in Umechem community. We're thriving on drinking from our stream, the Otamiri River stream, where we fetch our drinking water then. Then in 89, we concluded that we're not going to go to Shell for any further discussions. And we started making contacts with people who knew better than us, because the Umechem community at that time, we had no voice. We were only fighting and seeking for ways to advance ourselves. And most of us were just youths who were maybe leaving school or who were still in school then. So as we were discussing, we were contacting people from outside. Those who had friends from outside were contacting and feeding us with information. Then we found out that there was nothing we could do than to hold Shell down. And we decided to carry out a protest. Because of that protest, people call us me. They call us many different names, particularly me. There's no name I have not answered here on this earth for asking Shell to give us pipe-borne water, give us road and electricity. So that was how the issue of 1990 came about. And we were not asking them to come immediately. We were only asking them to bring their public and government affairs manager East, as at that time, whose name was Lawson Jack then. We asked him to come to the Umechem community and see Umechem for himself, so that he will know where they're extracting their oil. I am grateful to God today, one, for we the people who have brought me here. I've been praying for some other social organizations that have helped to make we the people know me. And I'm praying that at the level I have seen we the people reach now, they will be able to speak the voice of our great Umechem. So in 1990, when this matter started, the reply Shell gave us was to send 3 truckloads of mobile policemen armed to the teeth to come and shoot down merchant community. They were shooting at will. That was why I said in my interview to 2 media companies that came from, because I've granted interviews to different media corporations from around the world, from Ireland, from Germany, from Britain, from US. The last one was by one Rachel Tansen from New York Times about a month ago. I've been granting interviews like that, seeking for a place to speak the voice of my community. I don't have money. If you look at me very well, you know I'm a replica of poverty, from the crown of my head to the source of my feet. There is nothing to show for the suffering and the effort of the merchant community. Last 2 or 3 months ago, let me expose one secret. Shell had a shutdown of their own in my community for about 3 to 4 days. Their light did not burn. They were claiming, when the votes came out, they were claiming that in that 3 days, they've lost 3.75 trillion naira for 3 days. Then take from 1957 to 2022. As I'm talking with you, they are drilling their oil, really. And if you raise a voice and tell them, why are you doing this? You are listed for elimination. I thank God that I'm still alive today. I had to run into the forest for 6 months. I was living in the forest. After I was released from detention in 1991, I was incarcerated for 7 months and 1 week. As I was released, I started hunting for my life. So it was in 1990 that I lost my first wife during the crisis. I lost my first wife during the crisis. My first wife and 2 children that died during the same crisis. As I'm standing with you now, I don't know their grave. I married another wife that died recently of miscarriage, resulting from cardiovascular or whatever they call it. That's best for medical power. That is why I've been trying to go, left a 6-year-old boy that I have left at the house now. Merchant crisis, there are certain things I have not revealed to anybody that I saw with my 2 eyes. There was an order. I will claim it anywhere. I'm not afraid of that. What am I living? There was an order from Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Ukwu, as he then was the military governor of River State, that the merchant community should be wiped out. They were killing from one house to the other. When they come to this house, they will bomb the house. Any survivor that runs out, they will shoot. Some they were cutting with knives. They were dissecting pregnant women and throwing the babies. To the extent they had to hire tipper trucks to load dead bodies and go to throw into a Tamari River at a community we call Chokocho. More than 3 to 4 tipper trucks loaded dead bodies, both the ones that were halfly burnt, the ones that they just carried like that, threw into and go into the river to dump it. Shell were responsible for all this. And the government of the day was their weapon. I am not even talking about the government of the day. What I know is that Shell, to me particularly, Shell is no visitor anybody in the world in his right senses would want in his house. They came into the community without our permission. They colonized our community, took over everything, and they're handling everything. We are just like children from a very rich farmer. After the death of your father, handed over his farm to somebody else to maintain. And the maintainer is allowing the children of the man to die in abject poverty and hunger. Today, the Umeche man, who used to be a well-to-do and a lively-looking person is looking emaciated. I would say that the average man in Umechem now is the shadow of the real Umechem person before, all by share. And I'm praying that through this medium, the world will hear my voice. And I know that I will be able to stand the test of time until the day the justice will come. I'm grateful to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stanley. Thank you. I'd like to invite you to stay for a little while, Stanley, to see if the judges have any questions for you. Judges.
Yeah, I have questions. Just hearing so much of the colonial violence that's continuing to happen today, and hearing about the loss of your partner and your wife and your children is just so heart-wrenching, and the reality just hits so hard for me, and I'm sure with the other judges. What type of like, we talk about the trauma that comes with the violence, the colonial violence, and how do you help as a man? What work do you have, or other men in your community have, to process this violence and process this trauma? Because really our men have to and need to be there for our women. You know, the men are the protectors of our nations, and us women, we end up being put in that role in a lot of our places and a lot of our movements. But traditionally, the men are our protectors. So how do we ensure that our men are being looked after when we're facing so much violence? How do we ensure that our men are looked after, dealing with their healing, dealing with the trauma? Because you're the backbone and the strength of our nation.
Stanley, do you have a response?
Thank you very much for that question. I will say that, generally speaking, on the Niger Delta, is to be able to stand your ground in the face of every hardship. Because I know that one day, the voice of the Niger Delta, by the help of some of the social organizations, will be heard by the public, and Shell will be forced to come back and repair the things they have destroyed. They have rendered the lives of the average Niger Delta useless. They have rendered us poor. Even our health is nothing to write home about. My grandfather was killed in 1990 at the age of 96. But the unfortunate thing is my father died at the age of 66. 30 years gap. And the average life of an Umechem man, life expectancy of an Umechem man currently is not above 60. If you live above 60 now in Umechem community, it is by the grace of God. So our effort, our plan, and what we can do is to be able to pray to God until we can have a voice. And I think we have now one now, in We the People. Because some time ago, some other social organizations have taken our cries, my cry particularly, to The Hague, even to London, even to America. It was my cry that forced Shell in 1991 to form UNPADEC, which, according to them, was to help alleviate the problems of the Niger Delta. But unfortunately, they only used it to furnish their cronies and their political interests. But now, by the special grace of God, if we the people will continue in the state they have taken, we know that we're getting somewhere. God helping us.
Thank you, Stanley. I'd like to invite the other judges and welcome Nemo back to our judges panel. Nemo had to step away for a little bit, but now he's back. Dima,
Thank you.
You have questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Just wanted to let Nemo know he was definitely here in spirit because your question that was asked earlier was repeated here. So I'm grateful to that. Stanley, thank you for your testimony. Two clarifying questions. One is a quick one. You said from 1957 to 89, there was no running tap water. Did I get the dates right? Sorry. It's muted.
Nothing to show for Shell's existence.
Nothing to show for Shell's existence.
Nothing to show for Shell's existence throughout that period.
1957 to 1989.
Up till now.
Up till now.
There is nothing from Shell in Umechen community.
Okay, and the other question is maybe more of a clarification. I have a feeling that the reason and the energy you carried when you made this statement has something behind it. You said the amount of 90% of the oil from a certain line, and it's given a different line, but 90% of that actually comes from your community. Can you tell us why maybe they would be naming it something else? What's the significance of that? What's the significance of knowing that 90% is coming from your community and it's named or affiliated to another place? If you can help us just understand that better. Thank you.
To be very precise, I mentioned Bonny Light. 90% of all the Bonny Light crude that is being sold today in Nigeria is gotten from Umechen community. Bonny Light is the lightest crude oil that doesn't cost money to produce. It is the cheapest in production and is the most expensive in the market. Doesn't cost much to produce. And the unfortunate thing that keeps paining me till tomorrow is the fact that it is called Bonny Light. While one drop of Bonny Light doesn't come from the town of Bonny. The whole crude is gotten from Umechen community. The whole Bonny Light crude is gotten from Umechen community. I didn't say that Bonny doesn't produce crude oil. They produce crude oil, but they produce heavy-duty crude oil.
I have just a small question, and I wanted to get it in before Nemo because I know his is going to be significant versus mine, which is when you were, first of all, I also want to express my sorrow for your loss, and also I wanted to ask about when you talked about when you came out of detention and then had to be in hiding for some time. I was wondering, is there a kind of an organized movement there so that, for example, when you have to go into hiding when others might have to do the same, is there an organized movement that supports versus you're just kind of being on your own, trying to have to survive during those times?
Stanley?
Yes, I went into hiding because both the government and Shell marked out my name for elimination because of the kind of evidences I had given against them. So both some social organizations that were fighting for the justice that is being meted against the Niger Deltans, and to the government who wanted to kill me for the evidence I had given to the outside world about what they and the oil companies are doing in the Niger Delta. The kind of devastation that they are causing to the people, the kind of death they have spread around the whole people. I began to wonder, oil production, oil exploration, is it supposed to bring joy to wherever they are working, or is it supposed to spread death? Because what I have seen this time around from the oil companies operating in the whole of Niger Delta, not one particular place, sorry, is spread of death everywhere. They keep killing people, destroying properties. Like in Umechen town, during 1990, at least 12,000 persons were killed and about 800 houses were destroyed beyond reparation till now. The government came in that period and said they were coming to pay reparation. But each check they give you, like my father's house was a 5-bedroom flat, but the check they issued to him was 2,500. And that 2,500 naira was not paid for till date. And that is how it is. If you come to the community now, some people who are very careful enough may be able to give you checks issued by Pan-African Bank then. And on the check was written, do not pay. When you present the check, when you send the check to cash, they will say do not pay. They will issue your check. And you go home. From my community, come to Port Harcourt to withdraw the money. You go home anyhow you can. Either you're tracking or you're borrowing money to pay transport back. Up till date, at least 97% of that money has not been paid. To the extent that I had to make sure by my little way to invite the National Assembly to Imochin community. They came, walked around, and at the end of the movement, the result, they never issued to the Imochin community. What they did was to send one Deputy Inspector General of Police then to come and verify the destruction and the claim of the police. Because the police claimed they were looking for one AK-47 rifle. And for one AK-47 rifle, they killed more than 12,000 persons, destroyed more than 800 houses, and they did not see the rifle anywhere.
Thank you, Stanley. Nemo, your question.
Thank you so much, Stanley. I'm in a rather noisy place, so I don't know if you hear me, but I must say that the testimony that you have given is absolutely correct. Umwechem is one of the communities in the Niger Delta that have been so maltreated, destroyed. And that 1990 incident is very emblematic of what has happened to the region. And the sad thing is, as he has said, there's been no serious effort at restoration or even apologies for what was done. And I mean, Stanley, you were very generous when you said people live up to 60 years. The life expectancy in the Niger Delta is 41 years. 41 years is really dramatically low. So that people who live up, if you go to the communities, you find young people as elders. It's really a dramatic thing. And to think that these oil companies they're still operating in this region is regrettable. Regrettable. What you described is nothing short of unusual crimes, very unusual crimes, crimes against humanity, totally against the African Charter for People on Human Rights, which enjoins that every African should have a safe environment to develop. And what has happened to Mozambique is a very sad situation. All I can say now is to send you strength and solidarity and ask you not to give up, because it may be dark for a long time, but the light will certainly come. Thank you so much for staying strong for so many years and having gone through all that you've gone through.
Thank you very much, Nemo. And thank you, Stanley, very much for your testimony. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. We've now come to the close of all the testimony. And we heard 4 stories from the Niger Delta, 1 story from the Wild Coast in South Africa. And I'd like maybe if Ken Henshaw from We the People could maybe share for just a few minutes any closing thoughts that he might have to offer or share. Ken, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Am I audible?
You are. Please
well,
go ahead.
I mean, I know these stories before. I've heard I've heard the story from Precious Ibegura. I've heard Principal's story before. I've also heard that from Umbo-HM, and that's the stories that Henry Ferrable, gave us today. But anytime I hear these stories, I feel the heat. I feel the anger and the sadness afresh. Tonight will not be a good night for me and most of the people in the watch party in Calabar and in Port Harcourt. Tonight will not be a very good night. It will be a sad night because we are reminded of what we as a people continue to pass through, and we as a people have fought for decades. But we are particularly hopeful that on this particular occasion, we have a global audience of solidarity, willing to listen to these stories, willing to collaborate, willing to work towards ensuring that the people of the Niger Delta actually do get justice. As we go to bed tonight, that will be the thought that we go with. So in our sadness, we shall smile because we know that for once, at least for once, this is a prospect, there's an opportunity, there's the possibility that these oil companies who have destroyed our lives, destroyed our environment, destroyed our livelihoods, poisoned our people, besieged our communities, and stolen our resources will be held to account. We go home with those thoughts and we look forward to the judgment that will be rendered by this tribunal on the 20th of May. We look forward to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Ken, very much. And before we wrap up for today, I was going to invite maybe the panel of judges to share any thoughts or reflections they might have on what they heard in the second part of the tribunal and the testimony we heard against Shell. I don't know if there's anything, any key points, any reflections you might want to share with the group.
Well, while the judges are coming up, and my colleagues are coming up, and I didn't listen to the bulk of the testimonies, but I lived the experience of the Niger Delta, so I'm fully aware of what they were more or less saying. And let me just say that, the reign of injustice and inhuman and destructive extraction in the region is such that, as Ken Saro-Wiwa said, anybody who's silent is a traitor. It's something that you get to a community, you see the entire water body, bricks, streams, rivers covered with crude oil. The fish, they bring out the fish. Even when you cut the fish open, there's crude oil in the belly. You go to the farm, you grow crops, and what you harvest is rotten. And these are people who are very hardworking, they're fishers, they're farmers, but the possibility of carrying out those livelihood means are just totally damaged by more than 6 decades of irresponsible extraction. In one part of the Niger Delta, there was a well blowout in April 2020. 3 years after, and as we speak, that well is still burning, and there's no effort at all to stop it from burning. So you have there was an oil spill that occurred 11 years ago or thereabout. A court ruled in the UK recently that more or less that it's taking too long, that the share would not be held accountable for that. So it's been a continuous struggle by the communities to seeking justice. They go to court. The court cases can last forever, and eventually when judgment is made, nobody is implementing them. So I really I want to applaud the strength and of all those who testified today for bringing out these cases so clearly to the whole world. I thank them and I wish them all the best.
Thank you very much, Nemo. Any thoughts from the other judges? I know you have a lot of work ahead in putting this verdict together over the next week, but if there's anything you wanted to share with the audience now, but no pressure to do that at all.
I'd like to share, again, my gratitude for the freedom fighters and the land defenders globally, that just as we feel the effects of the global climate change and people are saying this is a global issue, it's also a global issue of international human rights, and that we look at colonial states and the international community as a whole and how they treat Indigenous peoples and the rights that Indigenous peoples have to land, have to self-determination, to their own thriving economy that's based off of land and resources. And we see so much the extractive industry just destroying so much, and we hear your rage and we hear your anger, and let that be this catalyst for real change and big paradigm shifts in our world, and even viewing and changing this economic structure to revert back to a more Indigenous economies that doesn't destroy our land and our people. And that when we talk about health and we look at the health of our planet and we see, you know, the health of our planet being destroyed in our world, then we see the impacts that it has on us as humans with the sicknesses. But we as Indigenous people, we look at health in, you know, a holistic way. We look at our spiritual health, our mental health, our physical health, and our emotional health. And I care as a human to our other human brothers and sisters on the other side of this world in their struggle to defend our land and our culture and our existence, our economy. And it's going to be a lot of reflection and a lot of tears for myself, and a lot of rage for myself, and processing what we listened to and what we witnessed and today. And just know that we and myself and the judges, when we come together, we'll, you know, come with our full heart in this whole healthy way of our spiritual, mental, physical, and emotional, to be holy, to give, you know, our recommendations on how we can come together as a global community to fight Shell and Total, and, you know, bring them down. Like we said, we heard the sister said, bring them right down. So thank you.
Thank you, Karis. Dima or Jackie, anything to share?
To that, thank you. Ashe, Amin, Amun. Land, language, liberation. Weaved throughout all we heard, all I've personally felt, all I've received. And I mentioned I am from Sudan. I have the responsibility, the duty, the privilege, and the obligation to yield the space and say, keep eyes on Sudan. Sudan, as the food basket, has been called the food basket of the world. Land, the language that was used to say it, language, and liberation as we continue to fight. But as we continue to do all of that, as we take your stories and sit with them, as you take your truths and align them with ours, other words that were said consistently were war crimes and crimes against humanities and human rights violations and abuses and oppression. It's genocide. And as Indigenous people, sometimes we stutter with that word because it's not a word of our creation. It is not a word where the frequency and the vibration of that word speaks to our spirit. It's not us. It's not who we are. It's unfathomable to take another life, but it's genocide. And as the more I hear this, the more I'm sitting with it, and I'm just like, is this system really going to respond if we tell them, oh, look, it's genocide? Because right now, the so-called international system is sitting and negotiating with genocidal terrorists responsible for the Darfur genocide and for the continued genocide of my people, They're sitting and they're negotiating with them and not the people. So I really have to sit with this and see, when we say accountability, from a system that, again, we repeat and repeat over and over and over again, is not broken. And I take with me the hope that you have all instilled in me, in that it can be different. We are not out of our minds. We are not insane. There are other ways. They are possible. We can imagine and speak into existence a reality that we deserve collectively. So I'm conflicted with so many emotions, really. But I am sitting in gratitude for all the reminders. I'm sitting in gratitude for all the resistance. I take a moment to hold and light a candle for our martyrs everywhere, for the mothers of our martyrs, for their families, for all they have loved, for all they have fought for, and I bring forth and I call in the justice we deserve, our holistic justice as a form of healing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dima. Jackie, I wanted to make space for if you wanted to share something.
Thank you. I wish I could just say Ashe, because everyone has said it all so well. And Dima, that was such a beautiful note to end on. I almost tried to slip in front of you so you could end, but I didn't want that to be my trademark. But sitting in the belly of the beast, so to speak, where in our urban areas, there's a Shell gas station on every other block. It's, you know, they say with great power comes great responsibility. I think that was Spider-Man's uncle who said that, but needless to say, that is, even though within the belly of the beast, racialized people's power, once we organize, we can actually wield that power, because as we know, the system has been designed to oppress and to disempower and to dehumanize, and we sit with that, but we also rise from that, and we organize and we build power. And this day, these stories, these tears, these losses that have been shared today are continued and really reinvigorated call to action for us as we link across the oceans in united purpose, as our sister said, and united power. Because as we said, not only is it possible, but it's absolutely necessary. And so I'm here for it. And I think, and I know we are here for it. And I just, again, I'm honored to be a part of this conversation, honored to be a part of this movement, and commit to doing all that we can within, you know, as our movements for Black liberation, as we link around Indigenous, our indigeneity. We were ripped from the places that we were indigenous to as Black Americans, and brought to these other places as a part of the colonization of the land of other indigenous folks, and as our colonized selves and bodies. And so we recognize that united history and destiny. And so, yeah. So again, thanks, honor, and respect to everyone who shared today. And yeah, here for the struggle as it continues, here for the victory as we manifest it. So thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, panel judges. Thank you very, very, very much. And we look forward, I know all of you have a lot of work over the next week to craft this verdict. And so we'll be looking forward to hearing your thoughts and reflections next week when it comes to the time for verdict on the 20th at 2 p.m. Universal Time Coordinated, so at UTC. I'm going to switch to French now to close. So please do make sure you're on the right channel. En fait, je ne sais pas si j'ai les mots pour exprimer ce que je ressentis actuellement. Vous m'avez ému et vous m'avez appelé de mieux faire dans mes gestes de solidarité.
You have shown me that I can do better in my action. I have a lot of acknowledgement to give you. Thank you for all the support, for all the wisdom and the tenderness of the judges, and for all the thoughts that were expressed in the chat that came here today to bear witness. Today, we listen to the communities and their firsthand experiences with violence in Uganda, Mozambique, in South Africa, in Delta Niger. We bear witness of the pollution and the medical catastrophe and how it affects the communities, how it affects Earth, which is our only home. Next week, our judges are going to reflect on these testimonies. This Wednesday, there's going to be a summit of the African energies, and the bosses of these oil companies are going to get together to discuss their extraction business. Our comrades are going to go to, and they're going to demand justice. If you are in London, you can send an email. There will be an address put in the link. If you want to join the comrades in London, this Saturday, 20th, we're going to find ourselves here again, and we will hear the panel of judges to give us their verdict. We hope to see you all there on that date. Thank you. Thank you 1,000 times for having been here with us today, all together. We've had people from all over the world, even the community projections in Ireland, in the UK, in Uganda, in the Delta. It's the continuation of our work of creating a collective movement. We hope to see you all next week. We will send you all the information of the event in advance. Before closing, I invite Ben and Kavian to close the session of the Tribune.
Thank you so much to everyone. We only have the deepest gratitude to all of you and to everyone that you guys have, I suppose, brought into the space with you, your communities, your ancestors, your children, born and unborn. May we see the abolition of these systems of domination, of sickness, of capitalism, of colonization in our lifetime, and may we see justice, repair, healing, and ultimately the collective liberation of all of our communities. I know it's been a really charged day of testimony, and so I guess both kind of in body and in spirit, we want to invite you, only if it feels safe and comfortable and right for you, to a really brief practice to close out that Ben will guide us through.
So I invite you all to close your eyes, or to lower or rest your gaze somewhere that feels soothing. And whether you are standing, sitting, or lying down, we invite you to connect with your root or your seat. Feel or connect with what is holding and supporting your body, and visualize this as earth energy, unconditionally loving and holding you so you can sink, relax, or rest a little deeper. And we invite you to take in 3 breaths, 3 deep breaths in and out. The first breath is for yourself, thanking yourself for being here and for all of the deep listening. The second breath is for each other, thanking each other for holding this space together collectively as we build our power. The third breath is for the rest of the world, acknowledging it is here across all times, and acknowledging that some people who would have wanted to be here could not join us. And we hold all of those people, beings in our hearts. And I invite you to roll your shoulders back, or visualize your shoulders dropping back a few times, making space in your rib cage, around your heart, and to take another few deep breaths in and out together. And when you are ready, we invite you to gently come back into the space, to flicker your eyes open and slowly look around the room, taking in the sounds, the tastes, the smells, the feelings of being here together. And as a final thing, if you're by yourself watching today, invite you to lovingly open your arms to embrace yourself. And if you're in community watch parties and with comrades and friends, to embrace each other and to hold on to everything that we've had today. And we'll see you next week. Huge love and solidarity, and take care.